Welcome to the launch of SEO in 2024, the book. I'm David Bainan. Over the next 4 hours, actually, we are going to be sharing a lot of great content. That's because over the last few months, I've been interviewing 101 of the world's leading SEOs, asking everyone the same question: what is your number one SEO tip for 2024? And if you ask 101 SEOs, no two answers are going to be the same. So today, we're pleased to announce the release of SEO in 2024, the book, the podcast series, the video series. Check out your preferred content consumption style over at SEOin2024.com. The podcast, the video series, the content of the book even will be all available for free on the Majestic website. Starting now, published every few days over the coming few months. But if you want to get your hands on a physical copy of this big book, then that's available on Amazon now. So just search SEO in 2024. That'll come up. The book will come up for that. It's an enormous 598-page, 200,000 word comprehensive collection of the latest SEO advice. And on this live stream, we have 61 of the 101 contributors right here to celebrate the launch of the book. So they'll join us today in 8 separate 30-minute sessions across 4 hours to share what their tip was, why they contributed that particular tip, and which other tips in the book also resonated with them. So let's see if we can have a quick look to see who's joining us. Hey, Simon. 4 hours, yep. Lots of content within this particular live stream and the book, of course, as well. Hey, Andrew, thanks for joining us. Got Alicia, Paige, they're going to be all joining us later on. Loads of people watching live. If you're watching live, maybe you can add your tip as well. If you hear something not being covered that you think should be covered, let's hear it in the comments. And of course, let's hear your reactions to other people's tips as well. Great to hear your thoughts, as always. But the good news is I'm not going to be presenting for 4 hours. I've got 4 wonderful co-hosts to join me over the next 4 hours. And the first of which is Austin. Hey, Austin.
Hey, David. How you doing?
Very good indeed. Thank you. And how are you?
Yes, very well. Thanks. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thanks so much for joining. And we've got some wonderful content, wonderful guests to share over the next 4 hours or so. Austin's going to be covering 2 panels over the next hour. So without any further ado, I'm just going to hand it straight over to you, Austin. I'm going to fill the stage with some wonderful contributors to the book. And I will leave it to you, sir. Take it away.
Thank you so much, David. Folks, Alex, Andreas, Anna, Ed, Katie, Nick, Sarah. Got it right this time. Not Sarah, Sarah.
Yeah.
And Christoph.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Welcome, folks. How you guys doing?
Great.
Great.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining this live stream. I want to start with everyone's tip for 2024. And I want to start with you, Alex. What was your tip going into 2024?
Okay. I'm humbled to be the very first one, but I think my tip is a bit universal. We had 11 Google algo updates, right, this year. I just counted it for you. And I think that the biggest takeaway after having this 11 updates for me, right, as an SEO and as a marketer, is that being a brand, right, is the biggest ranking factor. So if you look right at the top results by any competitive search term, right, that is making sense for your business, you will see a lot of names that you recognize very well, right, just because you're familiar with your niche, you know those companies. So basically, right, building up a strong brand identity is, oh, I'm sorry. Someone is knocking on my door, but I can't.
Go for it. Go for it. I'll come back to you. Let me move.
And so, just being a strong brand entity is what's going to help you, right, is going to solve all your problems, which means you have what you need to have. You have to have a solid footprint, right? Footprint that will be backed up with authoritative links, right? Having the right content and so on. And there are different ways of building up a brand, right? So that will be my number one tip. Okay, and then I need to let in the guy.
Andreas, let me come to you next. What was your tip going into 2024?
My tip was very different to Alex's, although Alex has a very good tip. My tip was to use Python string matching libraries to try and match content within the site architecture. So, that can help make your redirects more reliable and less likely to soft 404. It can also help you improve your internal linking structure if you want to improve topical relevance.
Okay, awesome. Anna, let me come to you. What was yours for 2024?
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me all right?
Yep, all good.
Good. So my tip was about internal linking and the power of it. I feel that sometimes a lot of SEOs prioritize keyword research, prioritize creating landing pages, and many times it is overlooked. And overlooked in the sense that it's not about just publishing a new blog post and creating few links from the site to it, but approaching it as a strategy. So creating a list dedicated with which page needs to rank for what keyword, and then implementing it consistently, both using AI and manually, and also building the internal team awareness about which pages you are promoting with which anchors to make sure that this internal linking is consistent. And this can move a needle, really move a needle.
Thank you, Anna. Ed, let me come to you next. What was your tip going into 2024?
My tip for 2024 is to take an EAT-centric approach to your SEO strategy. So starting with EE80 and using that as the basis for your strategy going forward. The reason behind that was just so that it provides that ultimate level of value throughout, and every piece of content that has EE80 applied to it will be of that higher quality, and implementing it from the start of the strategy sets up your entire campaign for success.
Okay, thank you. Nick, what was yours for 2024?
Awesome. Thanks so much. It's great to be here. My tip is about leveraging natural language processing to impact user intent on a whole new level. So consider this: Google has been using BERT, bidirectional encoder representations from transformers. It's a well loved algorithm that's been used since 2018. It is super lightweight to be able to be used. It's really, really great and appropriate for downstream tasks. And it's there to be able to perform like natural language processing tasks with the aim to better understand the nuances and context of queries that people search for. So rather than simply just matching to keywords or completing missing words within queries in the sense of a predictive text function, BERT interprets the intent behind a query, and this results in a lot more accurate and relevant search results. So my tip is all about wanting to leverage this, be able to build Python scripts around this, to be able to clean and naturalize the data, to use a whole range of different suite of tools, which is something that we've done with internal linking as well.
Awesome. Sarah, what was yours for 2024?
So mine is very connected to that one of Alex. So fun fact. So the idea, it's really like as a company or of an individual, if you want, it's really to work on becoming an entity, to remove all the uncertainty in Google understanding, because of IE. So you want absolutely to ensure the understanding. And then my main tips is like to figure out like how can you make Google understand who you are, what you do, what your target is. and whatever you can make them understand, make it understand. That is the main goal.
Okay, so, thank you, Sarah. Christoph,
Thank you, Tim.
what was yours for 2024?
Yeah, I love how our tips are like super different but similar.
Yeah.
They're all about SEO. So mine is a little outside of main SEO. It's about analytics, and especially about using of data to improve SEO. It can be very easy to implement a little data. For example, check landing pages for engagement rate, and then you can find out which blog posts you paid for or you make are engaging users and which are not. And you can learn from this data, or you can build a massive silos of data and analyze them and check out like how your site is not only engaging users, how it's selling the products, what you should write about, how to address the intent to sell more, to have the better engagement. And you can go and go. And you don't have to do it only in Google Analytics 4 that we are like forced to use this year instead of Universal Analytics, but you can also check out the different tools like Microsoft Clarity for recordings, for heat maps, or you can just go into usability field to check if your site is good for the user. So yeah, data.
Awesome. I loved all your tips in the book. Andreas, I want to come back to you about Python, because I know you're very much interested in Python, as are a lot of SEOs. I see 2024 chatbots being very prominent in the world of SEO and also outside of the industry. Do you see a world where chatbots become more prominently used than Python scripts?
I don't really see it as an instead of, like in my own book, Data Driven SEO, I lay out the Python scripts, but I also lay out the limitations. And it's just brilliant how now in this age we've got LLMs like ChatGPT. So I don't really see it as an instead of. I see it more of a kind of, you build your kind of data pipelines and you use it. Your scripts, your Python scripts interact with these chatbots or LLM streams. So yeah, it's not really an instead of, but it's a real complement. Yeah, if anything, the Python will probably a glue to a lot of ChatGPT applications, if anything.
Yeah. Nick, for SEOs who are interested in Python but don't necessarily want to, if you like, learn about scripts, is there sort of like a WYSIWYG for Python scripts, or a tool that you can recommend someone use, either Nick or Andreas, actually?
I'm happy to take this one. ChatGPT with Code Interpreter is phenomenal at being able to unpack really, really simple ways of being able to get into Python if you've never really previously been in Python. I think it's awesome. I have built a lot of new tools because my Python and my coding knowledge is not necessarily like at the adept level of a developer, but it makes it so much more accessible to a lot more people. And I think with some really, really good ideas, you can open up a whole new suite of tools as a result of that. It has been a real, I think, key for us to use ChatGPT to now leverage Hugging Face and a lot of other different libraries that we can be able to deploy to, I think, look at building things at scale. So things at scale all the way down to building like Chrome extensions just to like look at simple type of tasks.
Okay. Alex, content is such a big part of link building, right? In the book, you suggest SEO stop creating even more content and instead focus on leveraging. And I think you're very, very keen on leveraging, as am I. Within businesses, what teams and or departments can SEOs work with to leverage the content that they're creating rather than creating content themselves?
Well, I guess there, everything starts with content. I just recently realized this, that you have a few things, right? You have to understand who, when, and kind of where, right? So that is about content, and who, which means who is producing the content, right? Whether you are a brand entity or not. So that is the first thing, right? Where, which means like on which channel. So if, right, by some reason SEO channel is not relevant for you just because you are starting up, or you don't really know how to convert this traffic, you don't really know how to actually generate, right, traffic from this channel. So maybe it's better to go to some other platforms, right? If you are from, let's say, like from the B2B space, then most probably LinkedIn will be a great match. If you are more from direct to consumer right side, then you have to try communities. And even the B2B space, actually communities is a hidden gem, right? If you need traffic straight away, if you're looking for conversion straight away, communities will be the best way of generating this traffic. For sure, the right communities, right? If you sell, you have to find the right audience, right? And if you know where the audience is, then you can easily, promote your product and get the traffic and validate your product straight away, which is extremely important, right? Which can't be done actually with the help of SEO channel, because you first need to generate the traffic, then you need to learn how to convert the traffic with the help of data, and then you can only tell, okay, this channel works for me or not really, and what I need to change. And this might kind of take 2 years, not really kind of very fast way of solving your problems if you need clients right now. So that will be the reason why content per se, not necessarily solving your problem, right? Especially if you produce content, SEO optimized content or that type of content. So just kind of choosing the right channel, right, and producing the content that will actually solve the problems of users that are actively using this channel will be the right way of solving your problems, right? So starting to think over, instead of thinking, I need SEO just because what everyone there, right? Think over what can really solve your problem, right? And what kind of time frame, what kind of deadline you have in reality. So so SEO is not for everyone, basically.
Anna, you got 2024. You want to you encourage SEOs to focus on their internal linking strategy. I'm sure we've all experienced designers or several departments making changes on websites without checking with SEO, which impacts the internal linking that we have in place. Do you have any tips for to help SEOs convince design teams or even developers to not remove internal linkings on pages without first consulting SEOs?
I will tweak your question slightly, but I will answer the main pain point. Basically, I'm just having this discussion at work. There is a page that is linked in the top nav, and that page doesn't really have much. It doesn't really have much traffic. It doesn't really have much conversion optimization. And for that search term, we're ranking with an SEO page. So here is I feel like this is a classical clash between product, design, and web team and SEO, because we are saying, why do you need that page if it doesn't bring traffic, doesn't bring conversions? But yes, it probably looks cleaner. But in any case, user is going to find the SEO page and be there. So this is a clash, and I think like you need to prepare those arguments, and you need to dig into data and say, okay, that page has a higher bounce rate than SEO page. That page brings less conversions than the SEO page. That page is, so you need to find that argumentation on why it needs to be either replaced, or you need to work out the solution of tweaking the SEO page to their standard to make it look a little more producty. But I feel like it's very important to fight that battle every time you have it. And the second part of the answer would be take advantage of the assets you have within your control, like footer, for example. There were quite a few good articles recently about how to structure footers, how you can create categories there, multiple layers there, and linking your top pages from the footer. As well as I find it really relevant to write that text blob describing what your company does, because a lot of companies have different features, different functionalities, and when they land on a specific page, they might not necessarily know what is your core business. They might land on like this specific, I don't know, text-to-speech thingy, but you're actually doing so much more than that. So I feel it's relevant for the context, and then linking with the right anchor to the homepage also helps.
Thanks, Anna.
I hope that answers your question.
Indeed. Thanks, Anna. Ed, EEAT is such a big area, right? You can focus on an area of a site, the entire site, or even a singular page. Do you find it better to revolutionize an entire site or evolve with small iterations when you're considering the EEAT of a site?
So realistically, if it's a case of, say, you've come in to do the SEO partway through a campaign, and there's like a pre-existing website, adding it incrementally is a really effective approach as a way of scaling the content that you already have. Not every page on a website needs to have high levels of EEAT applied, because it could be things such as like a contact page, a generalized about page that would come from the perspective of the business and not require that almost expert in the field, because it's the organization speaking to its audience. A good approach for this is actually just making it very clear who the person behind the content is as a very sort of minimum requirement, but also going further into the details of why that piece of content was produced, as ultimately, as Google says, their whole mission statement is around providing value. You can show value through the people that produce the content for a website and why they've done it. And the way that you can do this is having clear like policy pages on the website when it comes to how content is processed, how it's written, what kind of style writing guide you have, and also even the way that you go about publishing the content, what your editorial policy is. Do you have a strict timeline as to how often a page or a piece of content is reviewed? As it's not just enough to throw up a piece of content and be like, yep, this will be evergreen and provide value until the end of time. It's a case of how you can clearly show that this piece of content was written, it's been updated, reviewed, it's fact-checked for accuracy and any changes in trends or the wider industry as a whole, and really just solidifying why you're doing this and the purpose behind everything is essential. And also not shying away from the fact that you can be using AI to produce content, as it's no secret that everybody in the SEO world is using AI in some capacity. And if you're not, your competitors are, and you will be falling behind ultimately. But just being transparent, owning the fact that AI may help aid in the initial production of your content, but ultimately you're still having that human element applied to it to validate it and also back up the credibility of it. So you're not just typing in a few commands, getting a piece of content. You may do that to start off with, but then it's being extended, validated, and ultimately made more valuable by a human with sufficient EAT behind them.
I have a
Thanks,
question.
Ed. Go for it.
I have a question for Ed. So this is very interesting about the policies. So would you have this page available for everyone on the website about the way you write content? Because we have authors pages, we have information about authors, but what you're talking about is a little bit more detailed. So I wonder, how do you approach that?
Yeah, absolutely. I would include it within the kind of about section of your website, but also make it available throughout, say, author bios. So if you nestle your authors onto a page and have it attributed to them, or include like a brief snippet of their bio, but then also say, for full information on our editorial policy, please click here. That way it'll just easily make it accessible for the user and ultimately crawl bots to find this information and process it. And also, again, it just adds that extra layer of transparency to your website that obviously Google are forever looking for.
Thank you.
Christoph, I have a question around GA4 specifically. What has been your experience migrating from Universal to GA4? Has it been stable-ish?
Yeah, stable-ish. I'm sorry. I mean, it's okay. It's a good tool to use, but in the beginning we were like trying to use it right away. It was not ready. There were some serious and less serious issues, but now it's okay. You can use it. If you want to gather more data, you can put them in BigQuery. You can make some kind of enhancement to your data and how you gather them. Be sure to check the administration tab and check how long do you secure the data, because the default option is only 2 months. So it's like you need to change it. And then, for example, if you just migrate, be sure that all of your conversions and micro conversions are checked. This is the best moment to do the documentation, to do some files, how you gather data, what are the conversion you have set on an account, because it's the time to make it right this time, not like a mess. Every time I sit on a new account, I ask, what is this conversion for? And they don't have answers for me. And I said, where is the file about this documentation? There is none. So we have to restart it, do it again. And there are no alerts for missing conversion, for example, gathering less data than you anticipate. For example, I have alert that I get on the holidays that the SEO traffic is very low, right? It's good if I get it on holidays because people are eating, not doing SEO, doing Google. But it's bad when you get it on a normal day. But it's, you know it right away. Someone messed with the server, website, or analytics, so your data may be lost. So it's very important to gather this data well and keep it well documented.
Thanks, Chris. Sarah, you talk a lot. You give tips around entities in the book, and I'm curious to search engines to understand one's entity. Is schema structured data, would you say it's essential or a nice to have?
You're cheeky with this question. So nothing is ever essential, but I would say that it's very, very, very highly recommended.
Right.
So you have an opportunity which, for example, you're speaking about your organization in your About Us page, and you have schema organization. And then you have tons of information that they can use. Why on earth wouldn't you use that to simplify, have it data that is structured, that they can understand, because it's there for understanding, like the search engine want that to understand. So you have everything there. So absolutely, I would say you should use it and use it correctly, because I've seen like people use it and like screw it up. I shouldn't probably say that, but like not correctly used. But like you should use it, and you should use it correctly, and that will help the understanding for sure.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, thanks, Sarah. I said Sarah earlier, didn't I?
No, but it's okay. You can always say Sarah. It's okay for me. I'm okay with that. Like for the next 10 years, we can continuously Sarah. It's okay. You just discovered it today, and it's like 2 years, no, 1 year, then you know each other, so it's okay. So anyway, I will ask the space to other people. Ciao, ciao. It was fantastic.
Ciao, ciao, Sarah.
Ciao.
Alan, Adelina, Olesia, Olesia, I believe. Thank you, Christoph, and Adri Jenna, and Isaline, sorry. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you all doing today?
Hi. Nice to be here. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Very good.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining. We are live. We're live. I want to start off, folks. I want to start off asking you all to state what your number one SEO tip going into 2024 was. Let's start with you, Adria Jana.
Adriana, yeah.
Adriana.
My tip was to stop overworking and just focus on the things that matters, that actually will help us achieve our goals. So that was my tip.
Okay, awesome. Alicia.
My tip is actually pretty big, but I may encompass it in just one sentence. Prepare a good database while you still have time, from which you can generate anything, be that a website, post for social media, or anywhere where people may try to find you.
Awesome. Hey Victoria, welcome. We're just getting started here, asking folks what their number one tip was. Let me come to you, Adelina.
Hi, so my SEO tip was to keep a human eye on the AI generated content and, connect with people that way, because it's okay to be more productive, but at the same time, we still have to talk to people.
Awesome. Thank you. Alan, let me come to you.
Yeah. So my tip was on backlinks, which is what I mostly do. And it's about utilizing your happy customers and sort of finding good ways to leverage them to acquire good backlinks and good exposure for your brand.
Brilliant. Thank you. Isaline.
Hi. My tip was about using AI for content marketing, and I found out that it was best used during the ideation process and during the check of content quality. And here I mean that the tool I used would flag when I didn't offer sufficient information about often concepts that were so easy to understand for me because I work for the brand, that I forgot that maybe the users did not know about certain words or certain concepts.
Okay, thank you. And Victoria.
Yeah, thank you. My tip was to build prompt libraries for the different use cases that the client might need help with.
Awesome. Alicia, have you heard of the term Federation of Knowledge Graphs?
Yeah, I've heard it, not that I'm particularly using it a lot, because when you try to talk to people about knowledge graphs in SEO, it like you end up discussing lots of I don't know, term stuff, like what means what, and I always try to avoid it because I want to get straight to the things that you can do with your hands and actually implement. And by definition, SEO is not my strongest point, actually.
Do you see a reality where search engines crawl databases to acquire information to serve users? And what I mean by this is, do you see, and this is essentially what the Federation of Knowledge Graphs is coming up. I came across it actually after reading your section of the book, and I found it very interesting as a concept. The idea that Google crawl all of these different databases from different websites, and the goal essentially, as I interpret it, means ensure you have databases of your own on your website for search engines, which relate to your section of the book.
Yeah, but I actually always suggest to projects I'm working with to hide your databases, not to make them publicly available and not to make them available to Google unless you want to specifically crawl them something. For example, you've prepared like a knowledge graph that you want to be crawlable. But other than that, I suggest that you hide that information and use it for your own commercial purposes, for generating content, for answering questions that your users have and everything else. This is like you spend lots of money building your knowledge graph, building your knowledge database, and you just don't want to make it crawlable for anyone. It's your like property, like your competitive advantage, not something that you want everyone to get hold of.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how all of this plays out in the coming years. Knowledge graph, that is. Adelina, out of the AI tools you've used for content, which would you say are your top three, and why?
Okay, so I've used a lot of tools. My top 3 are ChatGPT, of course. Then Notion has a very good AI tool in written wise. And then I use my own company's Freepix AI image generator for a lot of things when I have to create images.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Alan, are there any brands you've noticed leverages their customers for backlinks, as you've indicated in or suggested in the book?
Yeah, so like the 2 biggest example that I found and that I talked about in the book as well is HubSpot and Salesforce. And the good thing that like they're doing, it's pretty simple. They have like customer testimonials and customer like case study pages with a ton of like unique data that's specific to their customer like journey and what they achieved and what they helped the customer achieve with the product. So for example, HubSpot helped this one customer like do 44% better in a specific area. So then what they do and what they have been able to achieve is that specific pages on the web have been mentioning that statistic as like an ideal statistic that a tool like HubSpot can help people achieve. So it can become sort of like a staple metric, staple statistic, then a lot of other articles can reference essentially. And so yeah, that's been a great example. So case studies. The difficult thing is actually doing the work and creating these case studies in a way that's mentionable. And so I like the concept of citable elements inside pages. And you can do this in sales pages as well. So as long as you have some kind of element that people can just take and kind of extract from the page and mentions from their website or some other page, that's called a citable element. So it's like an element in their page that people can mention and can reference to. So the easier you make it for them to link to that specific thing, the better, essentially.
Thank you, Alan. Adelino, I have a question from Alicia. What image generator do you prefer? And do you use any app to make them more realistic post-gen?
So for me, I do prefer the one I'm used to, but of course, I started also with Tally. That was like the very beginning. Then I also used Deep AI. That helped me to improve my prompts and to understand better how the image generation would work. And then all that was included in the tool I told you previously. And also right now, I'm very fond of this like generation from words, but then we have a new tool called Picasso that actually works with words and also more images, so it creates a new image. So right now I'm just testing a lot that I don't focus my content on images, but it's just for fun. My main content when it comes to SEO is mainly written because I'm an SEO and also copywriter. And for that, most of the time I use ChatGPT and, as I said, Notion. It's just so good how it works. Notion has done a great job, and I think they work with the ChatGPT, technology, but I'm not really sure about it.
It's a lean AI. You have 2 extremes on the use of AI for content creation and the content creation process. There is this thinking that if everyone is using AI as part of their content creation process, the output will be what's considered still noise. So very noisy, but very still, sort of like in the background. And no one will stand out. Do you have this opinion, or do you have a different opinion around AI for content creation?
I personally wouldn't use AI for content creation. I think it's a content tool that can be used at specific point of the content process creation, but not to actually create the content. So
only use
I
it as
don't know.
part of the process.
Yeah, I would use it part of
Got
the
ya.
process, but not to actually create the content.
Okay.
So I'm not really worried that this is going to happen. I think brands that understand the users are going to keep writing good content. And I think AI is going to allow us to sort of spare time where it's possible to spare and invest more where we have more. So what I have seen with my current clients is that we have a better selective process of what we do and how we use it, which allow us to actually create more at the end of the day, or just also focus on what's more relevant. So I don't think it's like, yeah, I mean, AI is just a tool. There's always people who are going to use, I mean, the tool however they want to. But I think it's like, it's on the long run, I'm not really afraid. I think it's not going to work.
I want to throw this out to everyone. Have you had clients or stakeholders almost ask you for the best AI to use and want you to teach them on how to use AI for their purposes? Victoria, you're nodding.
Yeah, so this is related to what I said on the book about having a prompt library. I work with small marketing teams and content marketing teams. So once we have defined a use case, for example, one come to mind is that one of my clients is the head of marketing, but one of her tasks was to write the intro of the newsletter, and she didn't like to do that. It took her a very long time. So it was pretty easy to put a prompt together with some examples so that this task could be done semi-automatically. Obviously, she could add her personal touch, and obviously a newsletter has a lot of news, so you could incorporate the news in the prompt. And yeah, that is one of the examples, that very simple one that I help clients create.
Have you used Bard in the or do you use Bard within your everyday workflow?
I prefer ChatGPT, to be honest. I have used it a couple of times, but because I have used the other one way more, I'm better at it. I don't love the search function, the Bing search function of ChatGPT, but I think it has got so much better from when I was using plugins. So yeah, that's my. Yeah, I try to do 80% with that of the task that I need to do.
Is there a way to sort of like have it change the terminology it uses, ChatGPT? What I mean by this is, after a while, you get a sense of what ChatGPT puts out. If you're suggesting or prompting suggestions for, let's say, blog titles, article titles, you start to see its understanding, and it's very limited to a set amount of words. Is there a way to change its terminology?
I noticed that whenever whenever I see navigating in the realm of, that's
Right.
obviously written by ChatGPT, revolutionizing. I think that now with GPT, with the new function, GPT robots, is way easier to train the bot in the output that you would like, what words to use and which words not to use, particularly for clients that are in financial services or regulated markets where there are things that you couldn't, that is illegal to use. I think that's particularly useful.
Thank you, Victoria. Reading this book, one of the things I loved was how different yet unique, yet the same, the recommendations were across the board. It's like where one SEO well, we are one SEO community with different points of views. And Adriana, your point of view around mental health was wonderful to read. Understanding one's mental health really requires one to know who they are. What do you recommend SEOs do to better know who they are?
Yeah, the beautiful thing that you already mentioned is actually how every SEO expert is unique in their perspectives, in their like attitude, in their approaching the doesn't matter SEO clients, SEO teams. So that is basically the one of the I would say like the most basics and the most comprehensive tips to give, because in the end of the day, like it's the hardest and it's the easiest to be ourselves. But regarding different false beliefs, regarding different past actions that we had, we are so afraid to be who we are because we are so afraid that we will be judged in the same way that we are judging other people. So that's the thing. But definitely regarding the mental health, that I'm always putting the focus, even I'm SEO manager myself, is actually finding your SEO job and your task in the way that suits you to optimize your career in the way that you make the king by tasks, recommendations, because like we know, like in the any SEO audit, as much as possible we recommendation we put, client will not implement all of this as
Right.
but if we put just like 5 to 10, the most crucial, the most impactful recommendation, and if we are saying just like let's go with this one and see the impact, then they are saying, okay, we can try it. So just these are small examples that are working for SEO clients, but also it's the same for us when we are working in our day, like why we would work like 10 hours and then like doing all these like different AI tools, checking all these new things that are coming. And then like in the end of the day, we are just overwhelmed by all these things. And then that makes us like more frustrated about the biggest, I would say, like love that all SEO specialists have is about SEO. But all other like external factors are impacting our like the biggest love. I think like what I'm seeing and working with other SEO like experts, because I'm coach for SEO professionals myself, so I can see like our biggest love in the end is really SEO. And like I didn't met like any SEO expert that like don't have huge passion about SEO.
Right. Yeah,
So
I'm sure we can all relate. Yeah. If burnout was a level 10, when someone reaches burnout, they are already at that level, right? So essentially it's too late. How can one identify their approaching that level? Let's say when they reach level 8 or even 9, how can they know, okay, if I take it a step further, I'll reach burnout and pull it back?
yeah, the biggest misconception about burnout is actually when you are in the burnout, you are avoiding to say that you are in the burnout. And then you can get up because you are already on the level 10. So what I'm like suggesting my clients to actually, when you are on the level of 5, maybe 6, on the exhaustion level, like you need to start working to not reach that point. Because if you are like 8, 9 level, like you are so exhausted, you are so tired, you can't clear you don't have like clear thinking. So basically it's you really want to avoid burnout, then you really need to start on just like now, because everything else will be like too late.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Adriana. Alan, I want to mention something around user-generated content that you mentioned in the book. I want to touch on that. Do you see a world where in 2024 where UGC will be the new influencer marketing?
Yeah, I think so eventually, especially like today, like already with, yeah, like all this AI, ChatGPT, and people using it in the wrong ways to write content that's not insightful and that's completely generic. I think one of the only salvation weapons is to leverage your customer or people that are happy and like advisor for your brand, like to essentially help you spread the word, right? Because
Mhm.
content that's created by your fans is probably going to be 10 times better than anything that even your team might be able to create sometimes, right? Because if your team creates content based on keyword research, yeah, you can have insights into the product, the service they're offering, but your customer story and their like unique journey of going from point A to point B by using your product, it's always going to be unique because we're always different. Okay. So yeah, I think that's a key thing to keep in mind.
This got me thinking when I read this section in the book about the legalities around SEO and content and production, because everything seems to be moving in that direction, especially when it comes to link building. And I want to throw this out to everyone. Is the legalities around content creation, production, and ownership something that SEOs should start to consider in 2024? Isaline, you're nodding.
Yeah, I think definitely. Like, I think it's everyone's responsibility what we put out there, how we work, and what we advise to the company we work for. And so I think there's, for designer, like I was influenced by Mike Montero, who wrote a code of conduct for designers. And I think that's definitely something that would be useful, like define what is an excellent code of conduct, what is acceptable and what is not, given the influence we can have on content and what's all out there. So I think it's just like, of course, I might be biased because I'm European and we're really strong with, data privacy and everything. But yeah, just putting it out there, hey, folks, that's your responsibility to who you work with and how you work.
Yeah, totally. Alessa, I want to touch on databases. Now, if we're focusing on databases in 2024, SEOs, and ensuring that the companies we work for have great knowledge base, right, for our users, wouldn't it be beneficial for search engines to also have access to maybe not all of that database, but most of it? So anything that's not that's internal can stay internal, but public can be crawlable by search engines. Wouldn't that be a good idea if we're putting it out on our websites anyway for our users?
Like, unless you are creating second Wikipedia, which I don't advise businesses to do, and it's not usually a great idea, then you put everything you want these search engines to crawl on your website, actually, and you just use your databases to structure it appropriately and to answer all the questions that potential users or customers might have about your product or service or whatever you are doing. And these databases just help you to keep that structured properly. You have this taxonomy or ontology, whatever you were able to build, and you put it into your website. When the environment changes, when we transition to Web 3.0 or whatever else, maybe there won't be any websites, but there will always be a point of contact, either with your customer or with a search engine, where they will go and take a feed or an information from you, and then you'll give them this part of database or knowledge graph that you have already created. Otherwise, it's still a website, and it's okay for a search engine to get the information from your website. Okay. But you have already prepared it in an appropriate format, in a structured way, so that it's very easy for them to understand what you are delivering on your website and what you are about and what exactly you are proposing to them and to your customers and whoever else.
You indicated Web 3.0 might not be about websites anymore. Does anyone in the panel see that as a possibility? And if so, what would that look like then? And what would that hold for us?
Like we discussed at some point in knowledge graph conferences a few years back ago, that knowledge graphs personal knowledge graphs and company knowledge graphs and product knowledge graphs and all these kind of graphs can become this point. Like you have some environment or interface where you interact with the content, be it a website, be it something else, application, your personal assistant, whatever else. And in some cases, some people don't even go to websites. They just get the information from their application or from wherever else, and they don't need to go to a search or a website, unless it's like something huge or big, which they're used to, like ordering from Amazon, but they don't really go to search on other websites for Amazon.
Yeah, I think we'll have to expand the terminology or the definition of SEO to include apps as well. App Store optimization professionals. Open it up to the panel. Have you guys, I'm sure you've experienced firefighting within either the business or the client you're working with, SEO firefighting. Now, ideally, everything will be a very, very structured in terms of optimization. But usually there's a lot of firefighting that one has to go through. If you've experienced this, how do you get away from this state and stay out of this state? Victoria?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I changed mics, that's why. I didn't do anything that the instructions said, so I'm sorry. I'm in a dark room with a bad mic. I'm sorry to everyone.
That's okay. That's okay. Go for it.
Yeah. So I was saying, I think that is part of the job. You're going to be dealing with different clients if you're a consultant like me, or even in a bigger company. I have worked in big companies like Barclays, where you have different stakeholders. A lot of them are not technical. A lot of them have never heard about SEO before. So I think that how I like to start an engagement is by doing an SEO training to different teams, so that they know that this is that this benefits everyone, not just one team, and that success in a company, is good for everyone, not just for the dev team or the product team or the sales team. I think that there are companies where people. I try to avoid people where companies where people feel like enemies. For my own mental health, I try to say, well, maybe this is beyond me to change this dynamic. But when you can work with normal people, that sort of understand, I think it's better for everyone. And I have had clients for 2 or 3 years. And we ultimately, you buy from people you like, and if you can choose to work with people you like, it's better for everyone.
Totally. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Thank you.
Hello, folks.
Hi.
Hi, Austin.
Hello.
Oh, I can't hear David.
You're on mute, Steve.
Oh,
it was just a test there. Just like that another panel one. Austin, how was that? How did you find that? That was a wonderful hosting session. Yeah, I thought it was turning into mastermind there for a section. Your chosen specialist subject is knowledge panels. Tell me. but it was wonderful, and I liked when the guests started asking each other questions as well.
Yeah,
Easier typing into the chats. Yeah, ask this question as well. So wonderful hosting. Really appreciate you being part of it, Austin, as well, and all the other guests that came on. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
So yeah, great to have you on. We're on to our next co-host now, and that is Paige. Hey, Paige.
Hey. Hopefully I can follow that amazing lead. Thank you, guys.
Oh, I'm sure you will
really
do.
good.
I'm sure you'll sail on smoothly, like you always do. We're going to have a couple of other wonderful guests joining us. I think BB was supposed to be in the last session, but I see her hovering in the background there, so she might be joining you as well. So certainly could have a full session. Exactly, absolutely. You can handle it. Here's 20 for you. I will just simply pass over to Paige and say, Paige, welcome, and do whatever you like.
Thanks so much, David. Really appreciate it. And thank you to my lovely panel, who I think will be growing as we go on. People are joining us because of the awesome book that we're all in. SEO in 2024. It's going to be great. Oh, Andrew's already got it. I don't have my copy yet. I'm so jealous. David, I don't have my coffee yet, just saying. But thank you all for joining us. I really just want everyone that's watching this today to be really excited to read the book in full. So that is enough from me. I really want to kick off with Irina. What was your tip and why did you want to pick that for this book?
Hi, everyone. So for this year, I chosen to share about analytics because we all, I think, suffered a lot this year with the migration from Universal to GE4. And I think it, on one hand, is pain in one place for everybody. But on other hand, it's opportunity for us as an SEOs to actually see that we can improve with analytics and we can get much more data to prove that SEO is working, that what we are investing, the money, the capacity actually does make sense. And GE4 gives a lot of opportunity to do this because I think first you have opportunity to learn new tool, so you can actually invest some time to learning. For example, if in Universal Analytics, I think it's much harder to get a buy-in, for example, to I don't know, to improve something in the reporting because it was done like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, and then you don't know what is going on there. And also because I think as an SEOs, we are moving from just bringing traffic to bringing like conversions, better traffic, better user experience, and etc. And this is where analytics can help us actually understand, do we bring the traffic which is actually useful for business and not only like does the magic with the keywords and everything. And I think that also really nice that because of this migration, you can not only stick with Google products, but there are other products, I also mentioned in them, like Matomo, Pivik. So you can also have some kind of buy-in from stakeholders to maybe try something new, which may be better because of the cookie policy or maybe because of the business you're working with, and actually get much more data from there. Because I think that generally from SEO, we are not expected to analyze, like we are not conversion optimization specialists or anything. But on the other hand, especially I think small and medium business, if everything is going okay, they are happy with this. But if something is not going well within economic, they ask us an SEO like, maybe I should stop doing SEO.
Exactly. And we want to get paid, right? So we've got to convert that traffic. So everyone, read the book if you want to learn super cool things about GA4 from the lovely Irina. Thank you so much. That was a great summary. I want to move on to Andrew next. What was your tip and why did you choose it for the book?
Hi, Paige. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm another one banging the EEAT drum, I'm afraid. So there's a whole chunk in the book. So if you're kind of unclear on this whole the extra E and what that all means and stuff, it's in the book. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people kind of think, oh, it's EAT. It's just kind of with an extra bit on. I understand that. And I think that the bit that Google's added, that kind of personal experience, like particularly with all the stuff, I know lots of the other panelists are going to talk about AI and all that kind of stuff. AI does not have personal experience of things. People have personal experience of things. So I think that's kind of where Google's moving, like, hey, we're going to look for personal experience. We're going to add another E to EAT. So I think that is kind of why I went for that one and why I think people should focus on it.
I love that. And I think the AI theme is going to be quite big in this session based on what I've read so far. Billy Green, you said, Billy Gina? Thank you. Sorry. If I do not get pronunciations correct, do correct me, because otherwise I won't learn. You've said AI is causing a duplication epidemic. Now, I feel like that leans on what Andrew said quite heavily there. Tell me about your tip.
So experience, I think, is a big deciding factor of whether AI content can work or not. If you're going to edit it and share a personal experience and like actual real life examples, things like that, then AI content can be okay. But what I'm seeing in especially very competitive niches, they're picking up and using AI tools to generate content. They're all coming from the same data set, answering very similar questions. And I think not just in terms of competition, but internal cannibalization issues, there's going to be so much duplication out there on the internet that content SEOs are going to be so busy in the next year or two. Because if you think about it, OpenAI haven't updated their data set since I think 2021. So next time they do that, they're going to be getting so much of content that they've generated. It's just going to absolutely dilute.
And it's not all correct, right? Like it's repeating potentially misinformation.
Absolutely. Spreading misinformation, spreading lies. And also, like, it's not necessarily that good all the time as well. Like, there's so much variability in the tools that you use. If you ask at peak time at like 11 a.m. in the morning in the UK, that's when a lot of people are going to be on there. So the tools, actually, the quality drops. It's so variable.
Yeah, and quality is so important. Something I picked up from Andrew, your segment was, if you build it, trust will come. And you're talking about the other E's and A's, right?
Yeah, I mean, right, Field of Dreams, right? Just build it and everybody, the traffic will just pour in through the door. That's what we've all been told, right? Yeah, not quite the case. I think, as we've all seen, like, if you've been in SEO long enough, you build the most amazing bit of content, you've researched it out the wazoo, and you're like, oh my God, this is going to fly. My clients are going to absolutely love me. And you just watch it kind of flatline and you're like, oh, what did I do? Or not do, as the case may be. But yeah, that's why we wrote the book, right? To help get all these brilliant people to tell you how to make it even better.
Absolutely, in lovely bite-sized chunks as well. Another plug for the book. I'd love to move on next to Jake. Jake, you've also talked about generative AI. Tell me about your tip and why you chose it.
Hello, yes. Hi, Paige, and hi, the rest of the panelists. So yes, my tip for 2024 was around generative AI, particularly SGE SERPs, but hopefully a bit more of a positive spin. I'm thinking, stop worrying about the future and start optimizing towards it. I know certainly earlier in the year, when there was all of the kind of announcements around SGE and people were kind of giving it the old SEO is dead situation again. But I think SEO as an industry and as a practice is a lot more resilient than people maybe give it credit for. The fact that SEO is dead has become such a running joke within the SEO industry. We've been here before. It's not the first time that people have been worried about, decreasing organic CTRs, which realistically, that is going to happen for results where it's got these SGE experiences. But it's happened before with other SERP features, and we've kind of got over it and got on with it. And it is true, like, we don't really have any steer on the kind of data we'll get about kind of performance within SGE. And that is just something we're going to have to deal with for now. But what we can do is kind of focus on, what we know does bring success in search. So focusing on, the content that resonates with your audiences, focusing on the website experience, also keeping on top of, what competitors are doing and what the data shows to be winning in search. So hopefully it's just getting past that doom and gloom of SEO is dead, which, like I say, has been quite big over the last 12 months, and just focusing on doing what actually gets you success.
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who's been in SEO, a decade or more, has seen that come and go so many times now.
Exactly. It feels like almost like a yearly thing now. There's always something new comes along. SEO is dead, and then, we get on with it.
Thank you, Martha. Just got her logo. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Arija's keynote was talking about that Brighton SEO a little while ago. And it's like, we evolve as SEOs. You'll see in this book that there are so many different things that you can be doing as an SEO. We will evolve. We'll keep doing all of these different things all the time. That's really good. And I think one of the things I pulled out from the book, Jake, is you talk about not necessarily optimizing a page for a keyword, but you're optimizing the digital experience for users. And I feel like that really sits across Andrew and Irina's points as well. Like, we're talking about users and user behavior and good content for that.
Exactly. Yeah. I think again, as SEOs, we maybe don't give ourselves credit for how far our skills can actually go to help, the whole digital experience outside of just SEO. If you're thinking about improving on page, whether that's through making content better or improving the experience through, site speed, core vitals, all that kind of thing. Ultimately, we should be focusing on the fact that we're doing something to help someone who's got to a website. We're not doing it to kind of help the search engine crawler or bot, whatever you want to call it. We're doing it to help people online. And it also kind of makes you feel a little bit better about your job if you say, no, I'm doing this to help people rather than I'm doing it to try and game a search engine algorithm.
Yes, and if you don't want to sound that angelic, you're doing it to make money.
It always comes down to money in the end. Yeah. Exactly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to Itamar. Is that how I pronounce that?
Yeah, perfect.
Brilliant. Oh, good. I'd love to learn about your tip and why you chose that for the book.
For sure. First of all, thank you, Paige, David, and crew. So yeah, my tip is fundamentally around user intent, but in a way that we're going to be thinking about it when it comes to how SEO is changing. So we've had mentions of SGE and how it's probably the biggest change that we've seen in a very long time, and something that provides with, obviously a lot of uncertainty in some ways, but a lot of opportunity in the sense that we're seeing in the glimpses that we've seen and with testing that's been done so far, when you're looking into how searches are being created and what's actually surfacing with them, it's about how can we think more comprehensively around what it is that people are searching, how people are searching, and if that is going to change. So an example is when we saw with testing of if somebody's looking to purchase a car, it's not like they're just going to put red car in a search bar, right? They're going to be typing in quite a comprehensive type of query revolving around their pain points, certain things that they need, and then you see the results come up. So I think that it provides an opportunity for us as SEOs to really nail down the user intent. And this goes back to sort of traditional marketing theory about understanding your audience, buyer personas, what it is that they need and want, aspire, and then how you can sort of leverage that into the content that you make, because you've pretty much got free reign to create as much content as you want, provided that it is providing the exact answers to all of the potential pain points that your customers have.
Brilliant, really good. And I love the idea of just like the red car search. No one searches, unless you're a child and you're looking for a cool picture for your first ever PowerPoint. But I mean, it's a really good concept that as AI and queries and content is getting smarter, how specific do you go with your content to meet those very specific queries? Open to the panel. Anyone? Can see people nodding. How specific do you go? Give me an answer right now.
Wait, what was the question? I got distracted by the chat. Sorry.
Phoebe, talking about how queries and like AI is making things more intelligent. So you're not just searching red car, you're searching for the red Hyundai on a pay scheme, particularly like this. Like how specific and how niche do you need to be going with your content to meet this demand?
Oh, I have no idea. I would just do a lot of short content that answers the question exactly. Instead of those
Yeah.
long form ultimate guides and stuff, I would still do them, but I would also do a ton of content that gives you exactly what you want right away. People have no patience.
I think this is an interesting place where, we talk about like entities and topics, or like keywords to topics, right? And within like a topic piece, you can cover a lot of different elements. And then, part of what I believe is going to happen is like there's inferencing happening sort of by the AI or the large language models within the search engines. And they're going to kind of find those like deep corners or those like, kind of really niche areas off of that sort of comprehensive content. So I think we need to think about writing comprehensive content for humans, to Andrew's point, right? That meets intent. But I don't think they have to all be their own pieces, because there is an intelligence and understanding in sort of the new technology that the search engines are using.
Okay, so
Love
no
that.
short stuff then. Long stuff.
Martha, let's jump to you next. What was your tip for the 2024 SEO book?
Yeah, it's interesting. Last year I was talking about specificity, right? Which actually gets to this sort of like talking deep about content. This year I actually talked about understanding and sort of schema markup, is sort of that tool to take that content you've written for humans and help it make sense in the way that you want it to make sense to the search engine. So I think of it as sort of that control point or that kind of translator. And really sort of when you do that well and properly, that you actually build a knowledge graph. So I talk a little bit about how sort of you're explaining the relationships between content to enable that inferencing that I just gave an example. And, I often, the example I give when I introduce myself is sort of, I used to drive this 1965 Austin Healey Sprite, and it was in a movie that was directed by Kevin Bacon, and Kevin Bacon used to drive my car. And in North America, we have this like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon game. And so every time I introduce myself, someone's like, oh, like you get this human reaction, right? This is sort of like that. And they're like, because they've connected the dots, right? And so that's actually what we want to do with our content. So schema markup, it was really that shift between sort of just trying to get rich results, trying to change an appearance in search, to really try to, to Itamar's point, meet intent, or sort of bring the human understanding and context to the content. So I really see it kind of shifting, to being more about understanding than anything.
Yeah, I love that. It's so important. I'm so guilty of just doing schema to get the pretty pictures in the SERPs. That's me. But you're right, especially as AI, it needs to understand your content. Like search engines need to understand it even more. So I need to not be so lazy.
Well, and I think it plays to Jake's point, like that it's easy to show the ROI when there's a rich result, right? It's harder to show ROI when there's understanding. And so I think that journey that Jake was saying that we're all on of like, this ambiguity of measurement, is also sort of, you have to kind of connect the dots. And then it's a bit of, future proofing where we don't necessarily, we have to believe that they will come, right? There we go.
I love that. Yes, love that. Speaking of SERPs, Julia, your tip, please. I feel like this is going to segue quite nicely in.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also ties in really nicely with what Jake said about SGE or what Itamar said about intent, that the SERPs are more and more changing. Like you look at it one day and then the next day it's something completely different. There's suddenly a new feature, something new, colorful. I've had it this summer where I searched for internal communication tools and suddenly I got these tiles of images of tools, and then you would click on it and it opened up 3 links to articles for each of these tools, and I was like, wow, what is this? And mainly, how do users now behave with this? Are they confused? Do they actually know what this means? What are they doing? And then a few weeks later it was gone. And so my tip really is keeping an eye on the SERPs to actually understand what's happening there, not just for intent, but also to make more sense of your data. And what I noticed this summer, like clicks and impressions and ranking position, it didn't make any sense anymore. Like I looked at data for some of my clients and I was like, I don't know how to interpret this. So then I had a look at the SERPs and I was like, I don't know how to interpret this either. So what's going on? So yeah, there's something really, and I think with SGE, once Google is rolling this out to the general public, I think it's gonna get really interesting for us. What data will we get, and then what do we do with it? What are the key takeaways for us as SEOs? And I also have a really great example for what Andrew earlier said with the experience, because I do have my own travel blog as like a passions project. And I've always written for all the destinations I've gone to, I've written a little piece about public transport. And it's really proper personal experience. Like I mentioned, when I missed the bus and had to wait for a few hours. And both these posts suddenly started ranking very well this year in September. So one of the recent Google algorithm updates really is on this experience thing. So I'm sure this is also one of the really good tips to follow.
That's very fun. I love that. That's such a human element as well. Like no AI is going to be like, and I had to wait for the bus. I mean, it
exactly.
might. But yeah, that's really good. Yeah. That's really good insight. Phoebe, come on, tell me your tip and why you chose this tip.
Yeah, so I'm listening to everyone and I'm really like, fuck, I don't really like my tip. It's so boring. And no, but I don't even know if it's that valuable, because it's always true. It's writing for humans, but also creativity and critical thinking is something that and listening, those are skills that are slowly sort of declining. And I think that's where you can always beat AI written content or something else. So I do believe in AI content, but I think you need a really good creative editor. So maybe next year is going to be the age of the editor. So copywriters turn into editors of AI content. It's already happened this year, but then make it creative. And one thing you can do, you can actually make AI creative as well, because it has so many references. So what my tip was around using names or styles of copywriters or actual writers for your content. And I think a lot of people are spamming stuff with AI, so it's all going to look samey. I already identify by certain phrases what is written with Geppetto, ChatGPT. So when somebody uses the art of from X to Y, unlocking, unveiling, the future of, all those things are phrases that it loves. So I think humans are going to recognize that too, and maybe they won't like it anymore because it looks less authentic. And if you're creative, you can jump out of the AI box, but you can also use AI, for creativity. So people are going to experiment with that as well, I think. I have no idea what my point was, but basically creativity, you can use an editor, and yes, you can use AI, but try not to sound the same as everyone else, because at some point everybody will start to recognize that. So it's going to cause a footprint.
Yes, absolutely. Like Billy, this has been closely aligned to what you've been saying as well, right? With the epidemic that's coming. Like how would you all recommend the people watching today how they can overcome this issue that's coming with this poor quality content, and if it works, and if it's good for your ROI because you've just used it across your entire fashion page and rankings have improved, do we mind?
Well, it has an expiration date, right? So if you have 100 people, their salaries depending on how you do your branding, maybe that's a risk you should consider taking or not.
Yeah, I guess that's right, isn't it? People do feel free to come off mute, jump in. We've got a few more minutes before the end. I won't go round again. I'll just throw some broad questions out. So throw stuff in. Like, Irina, how are you going to track your AI content versus your human content? Is that something we can do in J4 pretty easily?
Good question. I
guess you put it on two separate URLs, right?
I think if you know that the one content was written purely by human and another one by AI, you can mark these with some kind of category, but not open, but I don't know, something like right and left. And then you can see the performance of this content, basically. So you can then see that the right, which is maybe human, is performing better, or the left one, which is created by AI, is performing not that very well. So yeah, you can add some dimension, and then you can create reports side by side to see actually how they are ranking. So this will be my first idea about that.
Yeah,
Yes, so
can I say something? I saw somebody in the chat, Evan. Do you see Let's Get Rich? Evan, Evan, can you post in the chat if you're Evan, the friend of my son? Because that would be so awesome. No, okay, so sorry for taking over. No, there's this kid, and he's 14 years old. He's a friend of my son, and he's been asking stuff about SEO and link building and stuff. And I really love it because the new generation. Yes, it's Evan. Oh my God, Evan. So
inspire the next generation, baby.
Yeah, I've actually asked Server to do this case study with a couple of teenagers, and all new Charles Float, but maybe a little bit differently. Who can start their SEO. So let's all.
Someone else was trying to speak just at the start there, weren't they? Was that Martha? Was that you?
Okay, sorry.
It was Julia. Go for it, Julia.
I wanted to add something on for Elena because I've tried that with a client about 2 or 3 months ago. So they were producing quite a good amount of content with AI and then human review. And the person who was doing it, she hated it. Like, it wasn't an enjoyable job to do. But we knew exactly what are these URLs that have the AI content. And so we created a separate report in their GA4 where we can track how are they performing, how does Google actually pick them up, and really directly compare to similar content that we had from before that was not AI written. And what we noticed is it took Google a while to crawl these pages and start them ranking, but now they're actually ranking as well as the pages that were not written by AI. But I think she spent really a lot of time editing and reviewing and fact checking.
Yeah, that makes sense. And do we think that content is going to drive? Oh, I was going to ask Andrew if it was going to drive expertise, authority, and trust, but I think we're at time, so I shan't. Any final comments from you guys before we lose you for the next group?
Final comments? Oh, yeah, we should send Evan a copy of the book to get him on his way.
Thanks, BB.
Goodbye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks
Good luck.
for us, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate everyone's time. Oh, Andrew, you came back, but I think I'm going to lose you again.
I came back. I went away.
You came back. I was just going to ask about whether you thought AI content was going to drive those EEA to then the T factors.
I think it could in the end, but I think like if I had a kind of point around the stuff that you were just talking about at the end there, that kind of like you introduced right at the beginning about just being our job as SEOs is just pour traffic in, but is it the right kind of traffic? And you've got to we all have to measure stuff beyond that, right? So yes, of course, you can just span out a load of content with AI, but if it pisses people off and makes them realize that your brand is a bit scammy and a bit spammy and you're just churning content out to try and rank, is that the brand message you want? I know Mark, here you go, he's big on brands. Is that the kind of association you want with your, it's a bit like that whole link buying thing that we all did 20 years ago. It's a bit like, if you get caught, do you want to risk it? If it's just some affiliate site that you spun up overnight, sure, it gets burned, who cares? If it's your company and your brand and it's like 50 people's jobs rely on it, a little bit more risky.
And have you packaged it up as thought leadership?
Or nick someone else's content. Hey, Mark.
Oh.
Not that he does that, but he's had it done to him. That just to clarify.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate
important clarification.
Thought you were just going to leave that and then, leave.
And then leave, yeah. That would have been, quite the. Well, I think we'll just start some hashtags, eh? Just like we'll start some SEO beef, get some buzz going.
Don't beef with Mark. He's a boxer.
Awesome. I can see all of my next people coming through. Thank you so much, Andrew. I shall finally let you go. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. You can see your lovely faces. I think we're waiting for a couple more people, but we can crack on with the lovely people we have. I would really like to kick off with Natalie. And I really enjoy your point about reusing, recycling, and looking outside of the content that, that is just new. Bit like what we were talking before, just spaffing content out. Don't do it. Tell me about your tip and why you chose it for 2024.
So my tip was to reduce, reuse and recycle the content you've already produced. Obviously, not just the content you currently have on site, but across channels. I think it's really important to upcycle the content you've already got, whether you further optimize it, whether you're going to build out topic hubs to surround it, repurpose it across other channels, so create videos, whether that's long form, short form, however you're going to do it. And I think it's really important with the deluge of AI content that's currently flooding the internet, and it's going to continue to flood the internet. But also if you're in a position where you or your clients' competition are really amping up their SEO game, alongside being hit by updates as well. So that it's so important to be able to kind of keep an eye on what's going on, because I think a lot of people will just throw content on a site and leave it and then wonder why their traffic's dropped off the cliff, or that they're not converting anymore, or that last piece of content that they produced, that piece of content that they were converting on years ago just isn't isn't hitting it now. And obviously running those content audits, having a look and seeing what's going on, using that content to your advantage, and yeah, seeing what you can do with it.
I love that tip. I think it's such a simple yet effective, actionable tip for everybody listening right now, for everybody that is going to buy and hopefully read the book. Like, one thing I've done in my job recently was found PowerPoint that we'd been using for a sales pitch, and I was like, this is great. Why aren't we talking about this? It's nothing to do with SEO. It's not something that I would have even found. But I love your point about looking outside of your channel, other content being produced and reusing that. Yeah, I think that's so actionable. Izzy, I think you can kind of build on this a bit, can't you? Because you're talking about befriending other marketers and being a bit more holistic, right?
Yes. Hi. Yeah. So I said to go holistic and befriend other marketeers, because I think I think I've joined a bit late because obviously technical problems. I'm sorry, but from what Natalie was saying, it's it's impossible really to build up a proper strategy these days, be working like in silos, I think how we're saying, right? So on our own. So we should be really promoting. So we all marketeers, right? And we all work towards this.
Oh, I think I've lost Izzy. But we are all marketeers and we are all working to the common goal. I know where you're going.
Am I back? Am I
I
back?
can hear you. Maybe go cameraless for a moment and see if we can just hear your wonderful voice.
Is that any better?
I can hear you. Carry on, Izzy. We're all marketers. We're all working to a common goal.
We are marketers, and we working towards the same goal, right? So which is usually a sale. So why not working together? By working together and like promoting the same ideas and the same campaigns and making sure that our efforts are aligned, we can achieve a lot more. And I had that a lot in my work when I was working, when we tried to.
Oh no, Izzy, we've lost you again. I think you're coming through in spits and spurts. I'll come back to you, Izzy. I think you've made some really good points, and it really builds on what Natalie said, and subtle pitch, talking about finding your thought leaders in your organization. Because like when we're creating content for SEO, a lot of the time it's retrospective, right? We find that opportunity, we build the content. Other teams, they're going out there, they've got their finger on the pulse, they're at conferences, they're talking to people, they know what's coming next. So talking to those people and getting that insight can mean that it might not have any search volume right now, but it's gonna. And that's a really good way of getting ahead of things. I will wait for Izzy to come back, bless her. Let's move on to Philippa. Tell me your tip and why you chose it for SEO in 2024.
Yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. Really glad to be here. I feel a bit like Vivi was saying before, like, my tip feels a bit boring. My tip went in the direction of the EEAT, experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trust. Basically, in the era of AI, my tip was really going in that direction, but not in a way that we have humans against AI. That's not my point. I think it is a great tool and it can help us in many ways. But really, like, I think it was Julia mentioned before, like the buzz story, really give this human context, humanize your content, make sure that the users don't feel that they are reading an automatized page or a content article, whatever it is. And I feel like that's a really great way to stand out from your competitors, because that's something that you or the author have lived, and it's really unique. No one else has lived it the same way, so that can really have a lot of value. I guess you can do it in many ways. One of them would be perhaps using author bias. So when you are reading something, you know that there is someone behind it that experienced it and contributed to the article itself. So that would be my my tip.
Yeah, they are really good tips. I think we've had someone talking about EEAT on every segment so far. Yeah. It's still so important. And I think that's the beauty of this book, right? Like, we're all here, we've all got slightly different approaches, we're all doing slightly different things, It's all good. It's all good stuff. Like, you read that book, you will come away with some insightful things for what you are doing right now, which is super cool. So I think, yeah, all of what you've said really builds on each other. Izzy, I think we've got you back. Did you want to finish your point?
Hopefully you got me back. Yes, so I'll try to be quick.
Okay, no, let's move on to Mark, please. Mark, what was your tip and why did you choose that for your 2024 tip?
Sure. So I'm not a massive fan of AI, at least in terms of AI that's based on large language models for doing tons of things. But one really good use I've found for models that are built on, well, AI that's built on LLMs like ChatGPT is actually auditing your content, because they're really well positioned to like summarize text and understand what's in it. So specifically, what we've been using, probably everyone will know if you've heard me talk before, I'm a big fan of like people also ask data. And the reason for that is the way it's grouped. Firstly, it's grouped by Google and it's grouped by intent rather than just kind of keyword. And this approach goes along the lines, we've heard Google say things like on average, it takes 9 searches for someone to kind of fulfill their overall search objective. And I think PAA is a really good way of describing this. So with, for instance, Gemini that Google just launched, within a few hours of that news coming out, already the PAA data had changed, and Google was reflecting the questions around like, is Gemini better than Bard or different, those kind of things. So one thing we've been doing, which has been really helpful, is you can do this like manually or in an automated fashion with APIs, is if you have if you do a crawl maybe of your site, take the page titles or the H1s, whatever's appropriate, and then you can scrape the PAA data for that search term, and you can get then something like ChatGPT to score your site based on how many of those questions it answers. I'm sure as an industry we'll come up with like a cheesy term like intent density or something soon to describe it. But how we've been using it, because content auditing takes ages, right? It's always been like a really manual task. Like, is this content good or bad? We've got all these checklists and ways we might try and decide that. But this was a really good first pass. So if we inherit a site maybe with 10,000 content pages, we've got a way to say to Google, right, if someone is searching for alloy wheel maintenance, what other things might they ask in nearby searches, and does this page answer that? And you can immediately have a prioritized score on maybe where you've got gaps. You can do it against your competitors as well. You can correlate it to how well people are and aren't ranking, and any other metrics around what might be valuable to rank for, and that can immediately help you prioritize where you need to focus on your content. So it was essentially Natalie's point, which is like, we need to go back and find of all this existing content, what can we like upcycle, make better, improve, or update, because that keyword data is some of the freshest we can get.
Love that. Yeah, really good stuff. Izzy, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I'm gonna pause for dramatic effect and see if you're gonna still be able to hear me in 10 seconds.
Yep, keep going. Keep going. No, do you know what? We're going to read it in the book, aren't we, Izzy? It's going to be amazing. It's going to be really good. Thank you anyway. And thank you for trying to join us, Izzy. It's really kind. And it is going to be a really good section of the book. The next person I want to move on to is Alida. Please tell us what your tip is and why you chose it for this year's edition. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. I'm delighted to be able to share with you today. And my tip might not necessarily seem as something crazy to be recommending in 2024, which is to maximize your SEO day-to-day tasks, activities, output in general by leveraging AI. But because I know many of us, and what we have lately seen is the, let's say, lazy use of AI, my intent with my tip is to incentivize that we make the most out of AI in a way that is actually helpful while keeping the quality of our work without being detrimental. And for that, we cannot be lazy and expect that it runs in autopilot. I believe that there's so much potential still in the way that we can leverage AI in our SEO day to day. And this goes beyond on what we have seen of generating content. That is like the very obvious and many way lazy way to use it, right? But we can use it for research purposes, for ideation activities, to help us maximize a lot of our different type of day-to-day type of task. And my recommendations are a couple of, let's say, strategies that we can use to ensure that the quality of whatever we do is the right one. And we are not going to be one of those case studies featuring SEO Twitter because our rankings have dropped because we have been so lazy and leaving everything on autopilot, right? So on one hand, we have the quality and the insights and the level of sophistication and specification that we add into our prompts, and the data that we use as an input, that is fundamental, that we take care of it, that we are as specific as possible, that we apply not only positive requirements but restrictions, and then of course that we fill the model with data, with insights that are actually like meaningful. We have seen that with the rise of GPTs out there, they were pretty much just like pretty much searching for general information in the web, like what we could already do with ChatGPT, right? Without necessarily like having an input of real data, right? So we need to make a good use of it, and prompts are the start of it. Then on the other hand is how we update and improve our workflow in order to integrate AI, let's say, activities, but also while validating the output of it in a way that we ensure the quality, we ensure that it makes sense, that there's factual information being featured or is featured, that the output is the right one, and it serves really as the base to build up on. We cannot pretend that is the final, let's say, work that we publish on our website and expect that will be best in class, because in order to be best in class, it need to be actually insightful in a way that no other websites are already doing it, in a way that is really, really helpful and shows real expertise, right? So we need to tackle it with this, let's say, angle and views in order to really make the most out of it without being detrimental. So the level of validation, the workflows that we have in our SEO day to day, then the layer of real human, let's say, editorial validation and additional insights and facts that any of this content and information needs to have is fundamental. And finally, I will highly advise you to take a look at a couple of tools that are leveraging or will allow you to leverage AI in different ways, more than the usual ones. So on one hand, numerous.ai. This is an add-on that is easy to use, that requires zero coding knowledge, to integrate with OpenAI, and you will be able to do a lot of your usual SEO tasks, but let's say accelerating them with the use of AI. So for example, if you need to rewrite your titles, if you need to rewrite your meta descriptions, if you need to map URLs with queries or add an intent layer to many queries, etc., etc. There are also a lot of add-ons now with some keyword tools that allow you to also bring that information while remaining it or keeping it accurate, well, as accurate as the keyword tool is, of course. But yes, there are other ways to tackle it that are much better than 6 months ago on one hand. And then on the other hand, I highly recommend you to take a look at Horseman, the Horseman crawler. This is a crawler that I love because they are integrating this AI layer in a very, very smart way. So for example, when specifying what to scrape or what to crawl, and what information to validate or not, you can pretty much specify, you can create prompts, and the crawler will go and crawl and offer you the information with the layer of integration and validation that you requested through a prompt, without having to go through a lot of features and checkbox, and many times having the restrictions that the UI doesn't allow you to do certain type of segmentation. The tool will allow you to gather all of that in the way that you want or you need, just with through a prompt. So that is another, let's say, way that I love to leverage these sort of features and opportunities. And I believe that those companies that will be able to accelerate and make the most out of it are the ones that will do it, won't just ditch it because no, not good, the quality is not good, but are able to integrate it in a way that is smart, while always ensuring that the quality is top notch and there's a human layer over everything, because that is what differentiates you, and that is what will allow you to keep winning and be best in class.
Love that. And I love having accessible ways of actually doing AI, because it's scary for a lot of people, right, to actually interact with it. So I've tried to chuck the URLs in the YouTube chat. They might not come through because I've had it before where it's like, oh no, it's a URL, you can't choose that. So I'm going to put it in our team chat as well, and maybe David can get it in somehow to those two sites that Alida mentioned. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to Nitin. Tell me about your tip and why you chose it.
Yeah, I'm also riding the AI wave. And yeah, I think my tip is also around using AI as your efficiency weapon in 2024. And yeah, I mean, AI can help you with a lot of stuff, right? We're talking a lot about content, EAD. It's of course important there. You can bring 80%, 90% efficiency in some cases if it's part of your process in a nice way, right? So it can definitely help you there. But along with that, if you talk about data analysis, right? So Alida also shared like a couple of examples, how we can use it for analysis of your content and much more. So it can definitely be used there. And then if you talk about solving complex SEO problems, you can also write, for example, Python scripts now in a few minutes, right? So I was working with my team and we wanted to basically crawl a tiny website, pull all their hreflang tags out and generate an XML sitemap which follows multilingual XML sitemap guidelines from Google. And he was managed to do that in 45 minutes. Amazing, right? So we have a lot of tools which can do a lot of fantastic stuff. But here you can solve your specific problem. You can train the machines and do and make it work the way you want. And the good part is these scripts are not just for one-time use, right? You can build them, you can keep them with you forever. You're not paying for them. So it's like your own crawling tool, which works the way you want, and you have it with you forever. And this is just one example, right? There are so many things that we have been doing with, like Python scripting, and we are utilizing AI not to the maximum because it's still a developing concept, but I think we're using it a lot. Yeah. So my tip is basically around making use of AI as your efficiency weapon, and do not completely rely on that, because if you do that, that is your recipe for disaster. So do not do that. But yeah, it can help you optimize your processes to a good degree. And that is something you can celebrate in the whole year 2024 and beyond.
Love that. Love that. 2024, the year of using AI to make your life easier. But also, like, I think that's a really nice kind of sandwich of what the ladies were saying at the start, with how you get really good content and insights and all that input. Then you're using the AI to create and help make that efficient. And then I think the thing on the end here is, Rebecca, what is your tip? Because I think that just bookends it really nicely.
Yeah, well, I kept listening to everybody else going, I really want to jump on hear what they're saying. My tip is be open, be adaptable. Sometimes that's really hard to do. It might mean looking really critical at processes that have always worked for you, but that suddenly aren't working anymore. It might mean looking at new data that you've never had to deal with before, or at On-Call, I know we have clients who've been asked to track AI bots on their website. Is that a technical SEO task? It is now. So be open to being able to do things that you thought you shouldn't, couldn't, or never would have to do before, and to figuring out what the best way to do that is. And sometimes that means undoing everything you know how to do. Sometimes that means looking at new tools. Sometimes that means carefully not looking at new tools, but seeing what your current tools can give you. Sometimes that means embracing AI. Sometimes that might mean looking at AI and going, "Oh, that's not what I want to be using in this particular use case." So that sort of adaptability facing a challenging and really fast changing environment is really what I think is going to be useful this coming year. We've seen a lot of that this year. Changes in Google Search Console, changes in Google SERPs, changes just in general, how SEO works, how search works, how AI works, how everybody's using it. Those are all things that we couldn't really have predicted, or at least not have predicted at the scale or at the speed that they're coming at, which makes me think that what we're going to see in 2024 is not something that we can sit here and go, I know exactly what's coming next year, which I know is a weird thing to say in a book of predictions for next year. And I think we're all pretty comfortable with that we don't really know what's coming, and that being able to adapt to whatever comes next is going to be one of the most valuable skills that we can put into practice. And I've heard that from all of you, from Natalie saying, reuse what you have, because what you have has value. So you need to figure out how to adapt that to the next situation. Or Aleda saying, the using AI without human intervention can be dangerous, because you know that your human intervention has essential value. So make sure that you adapt your new tool to your new environment. So all of that is going to contribute to making a successful 2024.
Love that. Really love that. And as an industry, we are nothing if not adaptable, right? How many times, we were saying it in the previous session, how many times have we heard SEO is dead? How many times in our careers in this room have we heard that silly phrase? And we change and we adapt and we grow, and our jobs aren't quite what they were 10 years ago, but there's always something for us to be doing. So I love that. And just
there's always somebody ahead of the curve. So making friends with your co-SEOs is always a really good suggestion. Was that Izzy? Who suggested that one? I can't remember.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we're nothing if not a collaborative industry as well. Like over the time I've been in SEO, which is far too long.
Even looking at Aleda's suggestion of tools, those are great SEOs behind those tools. So definitely things that you want to be able to adapt to and to take away from what other people are sharing.
Yeah, and sharing is caring. We all learn when we share, right?
Absolutely.
That's why we've all helped write a book. Just to quote you, Rebecca, I love what you say in the book, where you're saying we're still trying to do the same things with what we hope is the same data. And I think that's really poignant, because so much has changed, as you said. So should we stop trying to do the same things?
In a lot of cases, no. I think in some cases we're trying to do the right things, make sure that information is available to people looking for it, and make sure the site that we're working on is providing its services or its goods in the best way that can be found as easily as possible by people looking for those things. And so that's not something you want to stop doing. But even if you look at data, if you're used to working with, say, analytics data, this year you've had a big change. You might not have the same data at your fingertips, or even when it says it is, it might not be showing or reflecting the same information that you were taking from it. So that's a really good example, I think, of what I mean by adaptability.
Yeah, love that. So many good tips in this book. Oh, everyone go and buy it. Mark, similarly to quote you, we're talking about AI assistants validating your content. So essentially using AI as that data source. Do you have to tell them what is and isn't valid? Like, how much control do you have over whether the AI is giving you the answers that you think what you want it to be doing?
Yeah, right. That's the question. So it comes down to actually what Aleda said, which is being careful with what your inputs are. So specifically what we're doing is feeding in our data in terms of content briefs or keyword data questions, like I said, from PAAs, and just, you know, being very specific, like, does this document answer these questions, these X amount of questions, score it out of this, highlight the ones it doesn't. So we're being really, we're really penning AI in, because part of the issue with LLMs, although the newer version of ChatGPT, you can change, you can set a seed for if the output is deterministic or not. But that's the main problem we've got with LLMs, which is outside of things which I guess are solved because they're in the model, it just makes stuff up. So you have to be really careful with what data you're giving it and what you're asking for, you know, what you're asking back for it. And this is where I think the problem lies with some tasks that we ask AI to do that require creativity. So for instance, asking, I think, ChatGPT to do something like strategy is quite dangerous, because it can work on data you give it, and then it can just randomly make something up as well. And that can be quite hard to spot. So yeah, it's about trying to just be really careful with what you're giving it and what you're asking it to do. And again, understanding fundamentally, if it's a text kind of model, it's good at just reading text and summarizing what's in there, and that takes me ages to do if you ask me, you know, to review 100 pages of content. So again, there's still a human step after that, but yeah, it's just understanding the beast and being careful what you feed it.
Yeah, I think that's so important. I think that's what we've heard from everyone around the table. It's about the input. So whether AI is something that you're really comfortable with, or excited by, or terrified by, this group in front of you, there's something for you to do. Whether if you don't want to touch AI, you're just going to let the really smart people figure it out until there's like a nice, easy tool to use. That's generally what I do. Then go to people, go to the humans, like Philippa and Natalie have said, reuse content, talk to people. And Izzy, of course, who we couldn't quite get on the show today, but it's all about the input, right? It's all about the expertise, authority, the other E that I always forget because it was new. But yeah, I think you've all made really, really good points. And I think everyone on this call needs to go and buy the book. Everyone listening in, go and buy the book. It's going to be a great book. Any final remarks from you guys in the last few minutes of our segment? Anything you want the viewers to take away with them today?
Read everybody's tips. We were prompted to make sure we knew if there was a tip that we really liked. And I had the hardest time with that. So thank you for not asking that question, Paige.
Did anyone else have a really good answer to that question that they would like to share?
I kind of just wanted to read the entire index to you if you asked it.
I think it's worth mentioning, Simon in chat says people refer to ChatGPT as chatty jeeps now. So that might make it a bit more accessible. Yeah. That should be a thing. Let's work together and make that a thing for next year. Yes.
I also heard something funny recently that ChatGPT sounds like the cat farted if you say it in French. So that's another like fun fact of the day. I don't know if there's any French viewers that want to corroborate that even. But yeah, this has been so helpful. Did any of the rest of you have any other tips from people that you wanted to make sure that you got out there? Anything that you've read that really stuck with you from the book?
I did really like Becky Sims going back to the idea of finding what really moves the needle and monitoring that rather than vanity metrics. I've seen a lot of that recently, so that was awesome.
Vanity metrics, the curse of the SEO, right? We spoke briefly on the last one, I think, about ROI, and as SEOs, we need to get in traffic and we need to do all these things to help our websites be healthy and great, but we also need to pay the bills. So put those vanity metrics to one side, unless it's your CEO asking for them, right? And then they can have their own separate dashboard because they'll keep you employed.
Brilliant.
Oh, hi, David.
Hey, Paige. How are you doing there? That was an amusing question to the panel. What was your other tip that resonated with you, Tumbleweeds? Are you saying that the only tip that was any good was your own tip? That should have been the follow-up question. But wonderful hosting, just very relaxed, and I loved your dealing with Izzy's technical challenges. But
we tried. Poor Izzy. We'll miss you.
a lot of great discussions there. So thank you so much for hosting that session. It was great having you on, great having the whole panel on. So really appreciate everyone being a part of it.
Thank you, David. And thank you, the wonderful panel. Amazing, intelligent, super cool people that I hope to see very soon.
Absolutely. Super cool people, but I'm going to kick them off now because that's enough for them. Yes. So the next wonderful co-host is Pam. Hey, Pam.
Hi, how are you?
Very good indeed. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. And been enjoying the event so far.
Yes, absolutely. And hopefully everyone will enjoy the next 2 hours still to come. Pam is going to host the next hour or so. I promise you it's not going to be just both of us discussing. I am going to actually bring on other people as well, so that's okay. In fact, let's bring them on just now. So we've got Bastian, Arpad, we've got Ben, hovering in the background there. Who else do we have? We've got Dixon there as well, and I think possibly another couple of people joining us as well. So thanks so much, panel number 5. Pam, without any further ado, I'm just going to pass over to you. Take it away, please.
Okay, let's get right to it. If this is anything like the first hour, it's going to be, or however many hours we're on now, if it's anything like the first part, it's going to be really good, chock full of excellent discussion. So let's dive right in and do it. I'm just going to pick the first one on my screen, which is Bastian. Tell us your tip from the book and why you picked that tip from the book, for the book.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that in the last, like 12, 18 months, kind of, AI obviously was the at least dominant topic. Rightfully so or not, you can probably argue, right? But I think it certainly ride the hype train quite a bit. So I figured, from an SEO standpoint, obviously, I mean, I learned software development like 20-ish years ago or something. So kind of if you have this natural affection to machine learning and these types of things, so I figured I should bring something along those lines. And I think what I feel is really lacking a bit is that people kind of understand the underlying technology, if that makes any sense. So it's like everything and anything is labeled something AI, and I'm not really sure that's that's true for most. I would say oftentimes it's just good old-fashioned machine learning.
It's just A, not that I,
forms, right? So exactly, and the same thing, I guess, applies to just large language models in general, right? I mean, if you try to understand a bit of I don't want to bore you guys. I'm sure you all know, and also I think our audience probably knows that. But I think if you look into some of the details, like the most funny example that I always kind of could come up with is people are always surprised that when you use a large language model, no matter which one, and then you produce content, text specifically, and then there's stuff wrong. I mean, that is just due to the underlying technology and people just using it wrong, right? I mean, it is essentially predictions, and predictions, they just go wrong from time to time. And basically, that just means you're using a model for something that it's not meant to be used for. I mean, that is the biggest issue. So my general tip kind of predominantly revolved around the fact that people just need to kind of familiarize that with the tech, with the underlying tech, and understand what's actually happening. And then you can rightfully use it in a proper way, right? Like, vector databases for redirects, for example. So these types of things, just understand the technology and what you can do with it, and not just, jump on the AI hype train, if you will, just for the sake of it. I think that probably describes it as best as I can in a short time. Yeah.
That was great. The AI hype train is most certainly a thing. And I love what you said about I wrote it down, using a model in a way it's not meant for, because that's very much it ties into my tip, which we'll get to later. But basically, I don't think a lot of people realize there's more than one type of AI. There's
Oh, yeah.
obviously a lot of different AI tools, but people think they're all like ChatGPT powered or something, and they're all just
True.
chatbots. Like so many different applications. So anyway, I'll cut myself off there and go to Arpad. Tell us your tip and why you chose that tip for the book.
Thank you a lot. It's a pleasure to being amongst so successful SEOs and a lot of familiar faces, I would say. A lot of people I follow, but now I kind of feel as a little man. But but yeah, my tip was about AI as well, and especially about kind of speeding up your work with AI. And my tip was revolving around specifically about forecasting. So creating forecastings for clients. In my previous agency that I worked at, we used to create a lot of forecasts, and it was almost on a daily basis. So we were kind of after a solution that would help us to escape the Google Sheets, the formulas, and everything like that. So we could kind of speed up the process of that. And I think that's where we developed several prompts, several formulas, Python scripts with AI that could help us do that. So kind of my tips revolves around that. But nevertheless, I would like to say that AI as a general, I think is such a required tool nowadays, especially for an SEO. It's I read it a lot on Twitter, that the saying that AI will not replace SEOs. SEOs who use AI will replace like regular SEOs, and I think it's really true, because it can replace so many or not even replace, but automate so many stuff that you did before. In the previous conversations, several SEOs shared tools that work with AI, like the Horseman Audit tool, which can like automate like meta descriptions and titles, and just kind of find problems using AI. So I think if you haven't started using AI yet, you should definitely, because it's going to be the future.
I love that. Another tip, little gem I got out of that I wrote down is AI will not replace the SEOs that you, or no, however you said that. AI will not replace
It's kind of a
SEOs.
cliche, but yeah. I think
SEOs
it's
that
kind of
use AI will replace SEOs.
I might have stolen that from Twitter, but yeah.
It's a good gem. We're all here to share knowledge, right? That's what we're here for. So good one. Thank you very much. All right, Ben, what is your tip? And tell us about why that was your tip.
Hey, yeah, sure. So I guess like several people, my tip was on the theme of EEAT. And specifically, my tip was around, well, it asked the question of how we provide value and provide content that is not found anywhere else. So when addressing a topic like the last two of us, I've got my eye on the rise of AI in content generation. So my tip was that it's more important than ever when doing topic research, to make sure that content provides those little nuggets that you just cannot find anywhere else. So I provided a kind of suggested outlook or a suggested process for doing that. And it was just really around approaching topic research in a slightly different way. So we're really leaning into the long tail more so than we have been ever before in the agency where I work. And we're able to do this by, when we come to research topics and the modifiers that apply to certain topics, looking at modifiers not as keyword modifiers as they apply to individual keywords, but as looking at modifiers across similar keyword sets. So to give an example that will be really brings us to life a little bit more, consider how you might have a car make, model, and the trim. And you might have certain car models have certain engine sizes, and you see those engine size modifiers applied to certain car makes and models, or you might have like a boot space modifier that applies to certain car makes and models. But the way that we're approaching our topic research now to make sure we always provide a bit of extra value that is hard for AI to replicate is to consider how these modifiers apply across whole or kind of semantically related keywords. So you might have a specific model with a certain car model with a certain engine size modifier, but you might have another car model where you don't have that modifier visible. But that doesn't mean if across a whole set of related queries, that particular engine size modifier isn't really common, really well. There is a demand for it. So my tip is really encouraging folk to look at their modifiers in their topic research, think how those modifiers can be applied at a sort of larger group level rather than an individual keyword level. And in doing this, we'll make sure that we're always providing writing content, addressing content in such a way that provides value that's not found anywhere else.
I love that. I wrote down leaning into the long tail. That's really good. I like it. And just to emphasize the meaning of modifiers, in case any of the viewers haven't been in this world all that long. So you were using engine size as an example, which is a great example, because a modifier essentially is an additional word added to a phrase that modifies the meaning of the phrase, right? Yep.
That is exactly the context, yeah.
And long tail meaning additional words, like longer phrases, more specific phrases. And in our world, we know that means less competitive phrases. But in this AI world, all the phrases are getting longer and longer and longer. So you have to lean into the long tail and focus on your modifiers. So I love that. Thank you very much. All right, who's next on my screen? Jack, you are up. Tell us your tip.
Hey, Ben. Thanks for having me. Kind of bouncing off of what Ben was saying, actually talking about long tail is really important. And my tip was about how important informational content can be for e-commerce sites and e-commerce businesses. Because I think we so much focus on commercial intent or informational intent and kind of separating the two and not really kind of like actually blending it all together and making sure your site is answering all different types of intent and making sure that you're giving your customers and your users a clear path to actually buy your stuff, and also stuff like post-purchase information, right? You give information. I use the example, which was a real life example, because I've been doing a lot of DIY this year. I bought my first house this year, and I'm not a good person at DIY, so I was Googling a lot of stuff because I don't know what I'm doing. And I found this particular site, which here in the UK is called a brand called B&Q, which is DIY.com. I don't work for them, not a sponsor, etc., etc. Just a good example than a real life example where whenever I Googled something, even if I'd bought the product from somewhere else, their informational content and their knowledge hub kept coming up over and over and over again, whether it was a text-based content, whether it was video-based content, whatever it was, they were just everywhere all the time. And I now kind of like, well, I'll just go straight to them and just use them directly, right? That makes more sense to kind of building that brand awareness and all that kind of stuff. You then build that trust, and coming back around to the topics that have been discussed over the last 2.5 hours, EAT is being talked about again, because you're building that expertise, you're demonstrating your authoritativeness and all that kind of stuff. And long tail keywords, I think, are something, we talk about a lot here at Candor with Also Asked. I know Mark was on the last session and we're talking about that as well, how important that like PAA data can be to find that kind of stuff, and how important tackling things across the board rather than just focusing on, oh, let's get our product pages sorted, but not actually keeping your customers around and stuff like that was kind of my theory about tackling everything from top funnel to bottom of funnel and everything in between.
I love that. Jack's gem on my notes is info for ecom. Love that. It's, and so just expand real quick on what you mean by intent, again, in case some viewers are newer to our world. What do you mean by commercial intent versus other types of intent?
So because I was specifically thinking about e-commerce sites, right, I was thinking about user intent and search intent, where people are coming in to look to purchase something. So that kind of that commercial transactional intent. There's a few different names for it, but if the user comes in looking to buy a product or a service from you, they're coming in with the intent to buy something. And for the informational content, they're looking to research something. That could be pre-purchase. They could be coming in before they've bought anything to have a look at the kinds of things you're offering. Or it could be just after purchase, which was exactly what I was saying. My experience with B&Q was I had already bought the product and was coming back round to, okay, how do I use it? What's the process? What's the next steps? What other things can I add on? What does it combine with? All this kind of stuff. I've built this, shelving unit. what goes along with this, what are the matching things, how does this work, and that kind of thing. So there's a few other different. Navigational is kind of the branded search intent as well, so people looking to come to a specific brand and find you specifically. But yeah, I was kind of focusing on the combination of transactional or commercial intent and informational intent, or research intent, as some people call it as well.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying. And I love the point about the value of support content. All the way back in 2005, my very first e-com site that I built, the success really came from our knowledge base, with people researching how they're going to use the products, or like you said, even after they buy it, but for their next purchase, they would come to us because we had that, that brand awareness built through the support content. And we work with a lot of B2B SaaS companies of very high tech products. And those engineers that they might not be the decision makers, but they are informing the decision makers. They're researching your support content before they select your brand. And what better place to put long tail, super specific phrases with a lot of modifiers than support articles. So I think support content is kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the SEO content world. And I think brands should focus on it as a competitive advantage more. So excellent tip. Thank you, Jack. And let's see who's next on my screen. Anthony, tell us your tip.
Hello, everyone. I was just reading this book, and I just found a couple of tips in here. So my tip that I did for the book this year was highlighting your real life authority in your online presence. So again, another EEAT. So the way I sort of frame it is like, think of it as your own Wikipedia, your own LinkedIn, that sort of bio, and putting it on your own website. And the reason what you want to do that is people just want to know that you're legit, that you know your stuff, that like you are not essentially some fake person, and being able to why let LinkedIn and Wikipedia have all that info? Well, the different platforms, and that it's good to be on there, but having that, taking that sort of all the qualifications, expertise, taking all that experience, your awards, all that stuff you want, putting it on your own website to then validate that double EEAT, have it in your author bios. When you're writing that content, you are legit, you are who you say you are, and then when people read that content, they go, hey, this guy knows his stuff. Look at all the qualifications he's done, and you are doing that job. You are doing a favor for Google and the users to tell people, hey, this is all I've achieved, this is all I've done. You can trust me because here I'm not hiding anything. Here is everything. So putting that real life authority online, and a lot of people tend to miss that, especially when you're dealing with small businesses. They're like, oh, isn't a photo enough, or can't I just have like the company? But they're missing a real opportunity to talk about all that real life experience, because in the day-to-day world, in the day-to-day life, they're going to be talking, I've got 20 years experience, 30 years experience. I've been doing this for so long. Where is it on the website? To then validate that. So that was sort of my tip. And that's sort of what we go and try and really talk to a lot of people about, and just try and put it in simple terms like that. Just like, hey, get your own Wikipedia and LinkedIn, but on your own website. Why not?
Love it. Love it. That was your gem, your own Wikipedia. I wrote down in my notes under Anthony's gem. I love it. That is so, I always, excuse me, I always say to my clients, beef up your bios as kind of a way of, trying to get them to do the same thing. But I'm going to steal that one. Build your own Wikipedia, especially when, that's kind of an FAQ in the SEO world, right? Should I make my own Wikipedia? Will that help me? Yeah, do it. But on your site, don't worry about Wikipedia. Maybe for some applications, yes, but mainly on your own site for that additional E, which is your personal firsthand experience. So what better way than to build your own Wikipedia on your own site? Love it. Awesome. All right. So that brings us to Dixon. Tell us your tip.
Well, I've got to turn off them. Yeah. Okay. Right. Technology. I'm old. I'm an old man, so I can't really do the technology stuff. So I know.
Well, at least you're not redheaded.
Yeah. It could be worse. Could be Jono.
Could
be Jono. It could be terrible. Yeah. I'm going to be in so much trouble now. Anyway. Yeah. My tip. That was great. Actually, I think I might go and build my own Wikipedia page now, also not on Wikipedia, because they ban me every time I go there. But anyway, my tip was really about writing to a much more narrowly defined audience, or trying to write to an audience of one is the way I put it in the book, because now that we've got the OpenAI and search generative search result, or search generative LLMs coming out and just answering random things all over the place, the thing that's important is what makes you different. And that can be true for the page that you're writing for one particular blog page, or whether it's what stands out as your brand or your product. What's different. A lot of people can talk about traveling from London to New York, but there's only about 10 airlines that actually can do it, for example. Or there's a lot of people that enjoy hiking, but there's only going to be, the odd 1,000 that's going to climb Snowdon next month, or whatever it may be. So, defining your audience is what is going to take you, I think, out of that morass of AI generated content that's going to come and that is coming. And I think that even before the AI generated content was there, if we look at the results in search now, and you just be honest with yourself, you can see that we've written them all. Even before generated search came, the style is there. It's using a methodology, and we can't do anything about that because we're following the algorithm and we're putting the stuff that Google wants us to go up there. But as a business or as a writer, I think we need to try and pick out the one person or the one type of person that we're talking to, or the context of that person we're talking to, because at that point, everything else will drop away, and that user will be engaged with that particular article and that or that particular brand if you've got a story to tell. And I think that's where we're going to be able to stand out. And I think we're going to have to. If you don't do it, I think that we're all going to just go into the quagmire of mediocrity in 2024.
I'm going to have to add that too. I already wrote down write to an audience of one, but
which was the tip. That was the tip.
Mediocrity.
Yeah, the tip is not to go into a quagmire of mediocrity.
Love it. And just to take another opportunity to do some definitions, tell us what you mean by generative. As far as
generative search results, so OpenAI, when ChatGPT is coming out, it's putting words, together and stringing words together and generating an answer, essentially out of how many times these concepts are together on. It's a big buildup of the world's discussion up to this point, up to the point of November 20, whatever the date was that it stopped looking at the data, and I think and even if you're using something like Copilot and stuff, which I think is much better because it can use current information, then you're going to get results that are generic, and you're going to be reading stuff from the Mirror, not from the Guardian, or you're going to be reading stuff from the I'm picking on the tabloids now, but you're going to be reading stuff from the tabloids as opposed from Google Scholar, and I think that really, even if you're trying to get those people from the tabloid audience, you're not really. I mean, in a B2B world, and I am a B2B person, so I don't want everybody that's in the tabloids. I want the person that's coming to me because I'm me. And that's what I need to do, and I think that's what in the business world we need to do more and more. Perhaps not so much in the consumer world, and maybe my tip doesn't work there.
Oh, good point about B2B versus B2C approaches for sure, but I think that you mentioned generic, although I asked you to define generative, and you pointed out. No. I'm saying you pointed out accurately that generative is it's generating a response. It's from like to generate, right? But I just wrote down generative equals generic because that's another.
Yeah, sorry. So in the states, because Google's calling it generative search experience, and we're all in ChatGPT world because we don't have the generative search experience in the UK. And so I'm sort of interchanging those words, and I shouldn't be really. But anyway,
no. I think it's a great thing to keep in mind that generative. Well, I guess I'm flipping my brain over to not necessarily generative AI in the SERPs, but thinking about people who just want to spew out a lot of generic content with AI and spew it all over their website and the internet and think that it's going to help them. That's
So
where
I'm not convinced it
generative
won't help them.
generic.
I'm not
right?
convinced. I mean, I'm sitting there. I've done some tests. I've used 4 different. So Inlinks does generative, so it'll create it just like Surfer SEO does, just like and I use Copy AI and Phrase. I tested all 4, and I created a website of with 4 pages on each one, or 4 websites, 4 pages, and I used the different tools and stuff like that to see just how badly they were all sync in the SERPs. And I have to say they all out of the box didn't do very well. But I don't think that stops you from using AI. I think that it shows that there is a real need to get something better than straight out of the box, which I'm guessing for the last 2 hours I've only been in for about an hour. So but I would imagine that that's kind of been a common theme throughout the session. Don't just press the button and hope it's going to work. But I have my doubts as to whether we will be entirely proved right by the end of 2024. I reckon there will be an awful lot of AI generated crap at the top of the search results, or well within the search results, and we'll be quick to point them all out to each other and blame Google for it.
I love it. That is precisely what's going to happen. It's probably the most accurate prediction I've heard today. Well, thank you, Dixon. That's great. Since we have a couple more minutes, let's just rapid fire around one more time. Just real quick, say if you've gotten your book yet. I actually didn't get mine in the mail yet. I perused the digital copy a bit. But if you've gotten your book and you've thumbed through it, there we go. Jack's got his. Is there someone else's tip that jumped out at you? I'll just rapid fire around. Bastian, have you gotten a chance to flip through it yet?
Sadly not. It's still sitting on the desk of my office, and it's Q4 insanity. So my apologies. I'm a very bad person in that regard.
No. This whole thing, David, by the way, and Majestic. Oh my God, what a job they do on putting this thing together as fast as they do. It's truly, truly impressive. So no worries if anyone hasn't had a chance to thumb through everyone else's tips yet, because this was a miracle as it is to get this together in time. So kudos to Majestic and David for that. Okay, so going around again, I'm sorry, the names disappear on me when the comments come up. Arpad, that's right. That's you're next. And did you have a chance to flip through and read anyone else's tips?
Yeah, I mean, read the PDF, but I couldn't get the physical version yet. But I mean, it's filled with knowledge bombs, so it's just an awesome book. But I would just, the ones that resonated with me the most is Elida Solis's kind of section who talks about enhancing your day-to-day tasks with AI by leveraging AI, and I think it's like so important, because right now I'm in the phase where I'm trying to automate every single thing. It's like all of the manual tests that I've been doing is just I'm trying to find a way for how can I automate this and how can I automate that. And sometimes it's like doing it manually. It's kind of takes less time than finding some way to automate it. But in the end, it's going to be less time. And I think that's probably, for me, that was kind of one of the best tips. But there are a huge amount of good tips in there.
Yes, indeed. Ben, if you've flipped through the book or just in anything you've heard so far today, what resonated with you from someone else?
Yeah, I have had a chance to take a look through. I think the one that struck me as resonating most with me was Luke Carthy did a piece on diversifying your skill set. So diversification if you're an agency or a sole trader, or just diversifying your skill set if you're an in-house SEO. Because I feel like in the last year or so, I work for an SEO only agency. So SEOMG, we only do SEO. But I've spent more time than ever looking at videos and social media and supermarket websites where certain products are listed in supermarket websites and improving visibility there. And it sort of struck me. I was thinking, am I doing less SEO than ever, even though I work for an SEO agency? And of course, Luke distilled it really nicely of this is all SEO. Like, it's just the way that the industry is gradually fragmenting. We're future-proofing ourselves by making sure we invest time in developing our skills beyond just Google. So yeah, that's
Indeed, I agree completely. Jack, what have you seen so far or heard today so far that resonated with you?
Similar to what Ben was saying, actually, I think Crystal Carter's point about diversifying your media approach, so having a multimedia option instead of just, as I was saying earlier, just having like text blogs and all this kind of stuff, the traditional kind of stuff we're used to. Having it in video format makes a huge difference because YouTube is its whole own search engine in and of itself, and video SEO is its whole own thing. Podcasts, having an audio, having a transcript of that podcast, or the other way around, have someone read, or even an AI in some cases, read the article, so there's an accessibility side of things, right? I think having your media in different places and being able to make it available to multiple people in multiple places can be absolutely game-changing, and not just from an SEO perspective, but huge for an accessibility point of view as well. So shout out to Crystal Carter for pointing that one out.
Absolutely. I've been talking about that a lot. Multimedia, it's here for good in SEO.
It's a big conversation we've been having with a lot of our clients for sure. And I'm obviously advocating for podcasting and YouTube because that's kind of what I do a lot here at Canada. But I think, there's huge opportunities there across the board, even from the stuff I was talking about in terms of e-commerce content, but in general for loads of different options and loads of different size businesses. It's not just you need to start your own YouTube studio or whatever. Like, you can do it on a small budget these days and really create some brilliant content with just the most basic equipment.
Yes, exactly. Thankfully, people's standards for multimedia have kind of come down a bit, so it's easier to generate. Anthony, anything from anyone else pop out to you today?
Mate, I got my friend here understanding how generative AI is affecting SEO content. So that's Itamar. So that was a good one. And then a couple of other friends that we've gone through. Dixon, obviously. Jerry, Alida. And I got a couple more here that I've just read it as well. So Eli Schwartz as well. So there's a couple of good ones in here. Get the book at every local retailer and Amazon. Get it.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony. And Dixon, what did you pick up from someone else so far today?
I think it's Amazon only, but So, well, in the book, Jan Willem Bobbink, who is an SEO that wasn't here for ages, he kind of decided to cycle across Australia. He's back in the book and stuff, and he says, let's not get overexcited by new shiny things, which is the SEO's prerogative. And I see Jono here, so the SEO's prerogative of just bright shiny things. Go for it. And Jen Williams says, go back to the basics, and his basics is user intent, search intent, and concentrate on that. Of course, I don't really agree with them because I want people to jump onto my brand new shiny tool. But I think that's a fair and valid point, and I have to accept that. God, there's a great number of people coming in here after the.
And that was a fair and valid plug. Perfectly segued into. Love it.
I'm going to get out because otherwise, Jono and Dre going to kick you out. Jono, Dre, Monsi, oh my God, all of you, let me out of here. This is going to be scary.
Go on, off your pop.
Bye, Dixon.
Bye, guys, and thank you.
Awesome. So as you can see, David has cycled in our next batch of book contributors, including the redheaded stepchild of the SEO world. It's a joke just spun up in the last half hour about Jono. Self-brought on joke I saw in the comments. So we're not picking on him for no reason. And with that, why don't I go with you first, and you can tell us what tip you put in the book and why you felt it was important enough to be in the book.
Oh, sheesh, way to trip myself up there. Yeah, sure. Hi, thanks for having me. This is super exciting. I really enjoyed the last few that I managed to hear. So my tip is, and as a technical SEO, it pains me to say this, but forget everything you think you know about content marketing, because you're probably doing it wrong. Let me explain very, very quickly. So the SEO as a function almost entirely relies on some form of content marketing. We do research, we try and understand what users want and what they search for, and we try and spot opportunities. And then to capitalize on those, we write pages, we create articles to boost our rankings, to get visitors, to convert them, to make money. All of that assumes that there are people who are searching and that we can quantify and measure that, and that Google is incentivized to discover, crawl, index, rank, and return our content. And increasingly, none of that is how any of this works. So you look at the rise of generative content, SGE, all of that stuff changes how people search. Everything is longer tail. It's much more exploratory. It's much more ambient. Things like Google Discover, things like TikTok take up more room. And all sorts of other stuff happens. Like Google has evaluated 100 trillion pages from insurance companies, for example, about how to prevent pipes freezing at winter, because we've all created those pages because there's search volume for them, and we've written 500-word articles which say keep your heating on, right? So conceptually, this is a solved problem. And now if somebody searches for that kind of thing, Google doesn't need to evaluate and surface our pages. They can just synthesize a result because they understand the problem space. And suddenly all of this content marketing stuff we're doing, where we're commissioning freelancers to write crappy articles on our crappy corporate websites, stops working because people don't search for that stuff. Google doesn't crawl it, Google doesn't index it, Google doesn't rank it, Google doesn't show it because they have no incentive to. So until today, the model has always been kind of look for what people are searching and fill those gaps, albeit not necessarily very well, and then try and make some money off the back of that. And now all of that stops working because the model's inverted. Google is full. The internet is full. And we see lots of evidence about them saying this. They're talking about storage. They're talking about only indexing billions instead of trillions of URLs. Like the game where we just produce content to fill gaps has stopped working, and yet we're all still doing it. So we need to work out what's next. And I think that's a combination of actual brand marketing, like using SEO for discovery and building brand preference and recall and helping people solve their problems in a way that makes them prefer us to competitors, and about converting our websites into databases that feed these machines and systems through structured data and through things like Google Merchant Center, so that our websites, 50% of our audience is now bots. We need to be marketing to them in the same way that marketing to people. Our websites aren't article repositories. They need to be solution stories and storytelling hubs. And that's a really different type of content marketing thinking. And we need to get on top of that now because it's already too late.
Wow, love that. It is so true. But I love what I wrote down. I'm writing down little gems from everyone today. What I love that you says Google is full. I think that's a real simple way of explaining to clients, why they need to be so different and so long tail, so specific, and so tuned into answering these mega long specific questions that people now type into search, which they already do enough. But then when search becomes more chatbot-ish, they're going to do even more. Google's full already with the examples like how to keep your pipe from freezing, turn your heat on. It's a solved problem. Love that. Thank you for that, Jonah. All right, Andor, let's go to you.
Yeah, sure. So, hi everyone. So I started actually more maybe from the operational field. So I had a thought about what annoyed me in 2023 quite a lot when I scrolled through media and things like that. And actually, I come back to the beloved field of migrations, because in 2023, I think we have seen it all. I've seen a migration from a very large e-commerce public website in Germany, where they implemented a second head within the body, where they implemented another no index tag, and they de-indexed 80% of their website of their URLs in total. So could have been prevented probably with better testing and better tools maybe as well. I've seen static coming soon pages in 2023. So websites which are really switched off for several weeks until they got back live. We have seen things like switching to client-side rendering in total without any testing maybe, and with a lot of surprise afterwards what happens to the good numbers. And that's actually brought me back to 3 points when I thought about migration. First thing is, if you really rely on SEO in 2023, 2024, and you have a migration in front of you, then first of all, please extend your tool set you're using. Don't stick with the tools you're working with every day, because there will be blind spots. Add additional tools to get more data layers while you're working on a migration, for example. The next thing I would probably do is get someone from the outside and get a review before you went live, because otherwise you probably will, oversee things which are quite obvious for someone who's not within the process. And finally, stick to the process and stick to the really testing times you have within your milestones, because we all know that in the end it got more and more dynamic, let's say that way. And I mean, as long as business are not able to implement best practices, I mean, we can talk about all these like Dixon said, next shiny objects, and after that to do so. But when I go back to the desk actually, and I see the problems we have to deal with every day, or let's say every year, then it often comes back to exactly these things. And this is why I thought, well, I add that for 2024 based on my pain I've had in 2023. Fortunately, I only had to look at that, not really experience it myself.
Oh man, yes. If we all had a nickel for every time we saw a migration kill someone's SEO, right? Oh, it's so sad because it's supposed to be like an exciting time, redesigning a site, building a new site. It's, moving over to it, launching it, and then all of a sudden, off the cliff goes the rankings. And it could be, like Jonas said in the chat, death by JavaScript or just death by poorly planned migration redesign. It's
yeah.
sad.
I mean, and the sad thing business-wise is, I mean, some companies spend, five-digit numbers on a new website. So thousands over thousands of euros or dollars or whatever it is in the end. And actually, they don't not even, lost this money because the website was maybe, built badly, but they also lost the revenue after the migration. So it's actually, they pay twice for it. As simple as that. And they need to really understand that.
Yep. Sadly, people end up paying to have undone what they paid to have done. And it's just a terrible thing to have to sit back and watch. And so, but to your point, expand your tool set. There's more tools, smarter tools to choose from than ever. So, lean on AI and just really good tech tools to help you guide your clients through those migrations in a much more seamless way, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I also think that, all the tools are providing sometimes the same data, sometimes different data, but they also provide different data layers. So when you get, you see the data in a different way. And sometimes you see something in one tool and not in the other. And that's why I think, especially in these crucial times of changing an infrastructure or something like that, adding new things which make you think can only be beneficial.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank you very much for that. Pardon my pronunciation if it's wrong. Is it Montse?
Montse.
Montse.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Go ahead and tell us your tip that you put in the book and why.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here with so many great minds of SEO. And thank you so much for everyone who has tuned in today. So I have chosen a non-technical tip because I think it is important to bear this in mind. I have chosen collaboration, foster collaboration around you. And the reason why I have chosen it is because that is what is going to be making every single piece of the puzzle fall into place. It's as simple as that. We are now living in a very uncertain period with so many innovations. It's so exciting, so many new concepts that we need to familiarize ourselves with. For example, artificial intelligence, new ways of working, but also the fact that these innovations, these technical innovations, have made us going deeper into one area. So there are so many specializations, within SEO or even within marketing as a whole, that sometimes we might be even overwhelmed by that. However, we all need all that to be able to build a product, to be able to build a website or a mobile application, for example. That is really important to think. I mean, if you like football, think about your favorite team, your favorite football or soccer team in their latest match. They have probably, I mean, everything can happen in a football match, right? Even the worst team can score and win the match. But there are a lot more possibilities for a team to win if everybody collaborates, everybody does their job, and lets everybody else do their job and allows everyone else at the same time to know that they are there for them so that they can pass them the ball and score later. And that is absolutely incredible. I mean, a team can actually take on a migration if you do that successfully. That's what I mean. If they are working in an environment where they can actually bring up any concerns about tooling, for example, any concerns about things that are happening or are not happening, to be perfectly honest, how many migrations have we seen failing so far, etc., etc. I think the Harvard Business Review published a report a few years ago. It was a study where it said that all of the characteristics that can make a team succeed can actually make it fail. So things like diversity, things like high specialization, highly educated people, etc., etc. All of that is fantastic and can be very useful for specific projects or to build up a product. However, if those people are not working together, just imagine your football team not playing very well or playing alone, really, showing their egos rather than playing with their colleagues, with their teammates. It would be an absolute disaster, to be honest. So how to do this? And this is going back to what Petra Kies-Heshak, and hopefully I have pronounced this correctly, and Rebecca Barbell have already said about emotional intelligence and adaptability. Adaptability, let's go first with it. If you are in a project, sometimes you need to reprioritize, and that's that. Yeah, so you have to know exactly why you're reprioritizing. You have to be adaptable. You have to know that sometimes this can happen and you have to adapt yourself to the situation, to your resources, to anything else that might be happening in the environment, right? But while you are doing that, you need to be able to communicate to the people involved, the teams involved, what you are doing and why they need to adapt themselves as well. And for that, you need to evaluate yourself and your own feelings at first, right? Why are you suggesting that? Is it because you want to do something that excites you, such as a website migration? Yeah. Do you actually like doing that? Is this why you are doing it, why you are suggesting it? Or is it because there is a real need for that? If there is, then show it, communicate it, but communicate it in a way that resonates with them and it's not going to make them feel alienated from any decision you are making.
I love it. Excellent reminders of how in this world of extremely advanced technology and artificial intelligence, machine learning, LLMs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we're all just still humans working on teams of other humans. Even if you're a solopreneur, but like you're dealing with your clients and their teams, and we're all just humans dealing with humans. And, you know, I wrote down your point about EI and how, you know, we're all talking about AI. We need to remember to be EI with each other, right? Emotional intelligence and dealing with our teams and creating collaboration around you, as you said, right?
No, definitely. And one very good way to do this as well is to think about empathy. I believe that emotional intelligence is not something that we are mostly born with. It's something that we develop over time. And you develop it, perhaps, I am not a psychologist, but what I think is that you need to stop and think, and this is how you actually develop it, how everybody is feeling. Yeah. So empathy. Think about yourself as your own having your own objectives, having your own life outside of SEO. Hopefully, other people may have it too. If you are suggesting something which is not going to bring any benefit and is going to make them stay at the office longer, then you have to have a very good have to have a
Wow,
very good
yes.
idea as to how.
Excellent reminders in this era of AI and computers and bots, and just maybe another new E for us to keep in mind in addition to the new E on EEAT is empathy. Have empathy for your team and your clients, and you know, yes, we get excited about these new tools and the new technology and everything, but like, do they really need it? What are you putting them through if you're, making them implement something or do a big migration or rehaul? Is it really necessary? All excellent things to keep in mind. So thank you very much for that. And we will now go to Pedro. Tell us your tip and why it is your tip.
Hi, everyone. So my tip was around learn how to deal with large amounts of data and analyze it at scale. And that's mostly because I've realized that since I came into consulting, a lot of SEO services revolve around, like, we execute a lot of stuff for our clients, but seldomly we advise them on what data sometimes they should be storing, and because that's going to be useful for the future. So when I started to consult, I was fortunate to consult with companies like McKinsey that took me to consult with their clients, and there's a lot of scarcity of relevant data. So we end up dealing with a lot what tools give us, and we don't invest enough in storing our own data from our own businesses that is highly relevant. And this is more prevalent to bigger businesses. The bigger your business is, the larger your business is, the more relevant data you should have to make decisions. And sometimes there are questions that can only be answered when you are storing data for periods of time that are long enough to make sense, to spot trends, to spot problems, and to compare yourself to your market. And my advice comes at this time mostly because, you should have been doing this for quite a while, but historically it has been kind of difficult because either to deal with tools like BigQuery and like my SQL queries and build tables and deal with databases. But now we have AI and machine learning, which helps us a lot to deal with queries. For example, you can compose a SQL query without knowing SQL, and you can get the help of an AI to do that for you. And so with the advent of all these technologies, it becomes more reachable to everyone, kind of to go on this path and advise their clients on what data they should be storing. So we are not merely executioners of what clients ask us, but we are advisors based on sane data. So, and more and more, I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, invest in tools and etc." But sometimes having built an in-house tool that the source of the tool is like your own data, it's so much more valuable than any set of tools that you might have. And so many SEOs invest in this. There's a lot of scarcity in when I acted as a consultant for almost 10 years, and I acted as in-house now for the last 5 years. But it's been kind of, whenever I go into a business again, it's like more often than not, there is no data to answer questions that need to be answered. So that's where my advice comes from, and I think it's a timely, it's a good time to have this put forward.
Absolutely agree. Our own data from our own business, that is something that I think is underemphasized in, all the hype about AI. Is you can use it to, like, each business, I always say, is like a unique snowflake, right? Like, each one has a different set of resources and skill sets and specialties, and each one has learned different things from its own data, even without being able to harvest the power of big data and AI processing, machine learning, and all of that. So, the fact that people can now, it's very much within reach for people to build their own AIs about their own business with their own data, that's a huge competitive advantage if you hop on that sooner rather than later, I think.
Yeah, if I can answer, just find one more thing, and I'll now go because I also have to drop. Most of the tools, they want to sell to the market. So they want to cater all the businesses as much as possible. So they end up being they are very wide in breadth, but they are shallow in depth. And when you have your own tools and you have your own data, you can afford going deep into your problems and asking tough questions that otherwise SEO tools or analytics tools wouldn't give you, because they want to cater to every business type and every niche. And that
Yes.
sometimes niches have different kind of needs, and different needs come with how deep you go in the data to make decisions.
Absolutely. Totally love it. Yep. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, speaking of time, wow, time flies when you're having fun. So we got about 5 minutes left and 4 people to go. So let's make sure we give them a good minute each. And again, pardon my pronunciation, Nava?
You got it. I think Java, but with an N at the beginning and an H at the end.
Nava. Okay, Nava, tell us your tip.
So I'm a PPC in a room of SEOs. SEOs I love and respect.
Oh no, get out. You're in the
Yeah,
wrong
I know,
place.
exactly. I'm taking time away from the SEOs. So my tip actually is pay attention to Performance Max, because Performance Max or PMax, as you've seen coming from Google, or you may not have seen coming from Google and Microsoft, is actually pretty much replacing dynamic search ads, which is what a lot of SEOs used to either get some cheap keyword intelligence off of their amazing SEO work on their sites, or to even stand up a paid offering off of their work. It's all being rolled into PMax. The other reason to pay attention to PMax is it's very easy and possible for your lovely indexed pages to accidentally find themselves in Performance Max campaigns, and you may not actually intend for that paid traffic to go there. So make sure that you're aware of how PMax works. And if you have questions, I'm not going to take the time away from friends, like hit me up on LinkedIn, on X, on Threads. I'll happily explain it all, but just make sure that you're paying attention to it and that you understand that the lever that you had with DSA is now available with PMax, and that it is a way to still get that keyword intelligence. It's still a way to understand how your audiences are behaving. It's still a way to understand if your site is actually communicating to Google the way that you intend for it to communicate, because that's how PMax determines what to serve, is based off of that landing page and understanding that that matches the query, creating creative based off of the landing page. So all that amazing work that you're doing, PPCs are definitely appreciative of and collaborative. But you also want to make sure that you're getting the right intelligence and that you're not accidentally sending traffic that you don't want to send from index pages versus non-index pages.
Wow, excellent tip there. Kind of a hack in you could say into how to, as Pedro was saying, get insights from your own data. So excellent tip. Thank you very much for that. Dre, tell us your tip.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the show here. My number one SEO recommendation for 2024 is to really focus enhancing the experience aspect of EEAT, by producing that high quality content that embraces that content creator principles. When you read the book, I kind of go over a checklist of the different types of things to look out for when you create content. I mean, this actually goes on beyond traditional like on-page optimization and really extending your off-page optimization strategy beyond backlinks. I mean, brands really must start actively participating in establishing their authority by sharing experiences on social platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, Quora. I mean, last year I talked about optimizing videos, was essential to like really dominate page one. I mean, right, it's even more for this year as well.
Thank you for that. As someone who runs a video SEO show, I think that's a great tip. So be sure to check out Dre's show when you get a chance, as well as his tip in the book. Thank you for being here. And okay, so then we have, again, I pardon my pronunciation, Annika or Anika, or neither?
Both, either.
Both, either.
Why not? Yeah, no, that was fine.
Right.
In Finnish, it's Annika, but it's not the easiest one to say. So yeah, my tip was around considering how AI will or might influence the user's buying behavior and sort of the different stages. It's not if, it's like how, essentially. So we know that it's going to happen somehow. And I guess at this stage, obviously it's difficult to know what's the sort of final impact or influence, but we can sort of draw some assumptions by doing research, obviously utilizing AI ourselves, Mainly, I guess SGE is like an easy example because we've seen lots of things happening there. The SERP has changed a lot. There's been other people who have mentioned similar things, such as I think Julia Caroline, she was talking about SERPs and the changes there. So essentially, I guess I also wanted to bring back the question about empathy. Obviously, empathy for your clients and your team, but also for the users. It's very overwhelming, and it probably will be even more so in the future. So if we look at the different sort of stages in the sort of buying cycle and how obviously originally it was a marketing theory and now we need to apply it in some way, but actually it can be quite interesting, especially in the sort of research stage when you're starting to create your content strategy. What's actually available there? How are users potentially benefiting from all the information that is available? I think mainly when we're looking at sort of the initial stages of their buying cycle, especially awareness, consideration, most likely a lot of that will happen on the AI chatbots or on the SERPs themselves. So whether what will that impact the actual buying behavior then? And then will that impact our metrics? So I guess nothing will be kind of linear anymore. We need to be very adaptable and be able to monitor the right things, measure the right things. And I guess, set expectations for stakeholders as well, that perhaps our metrics aren't going to be the same anymore. And eventually we need to, be able to adapt to that.
Absolutely. Empathy for the users. I wrote down that gem and I'm going to use it with my clients to remind them that, yes, it's tempting to succumb to the siren song of AI and how easy it is to generate tons of content and spew it out there. But like, come on, think about the things you hate and don't do them to your users. So, all right, we got a whole nother round here. Hi, Emma.
Classic. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to be still on mute. I'm proud to be that person for you. So I was kind of disappointed that Jono used the example of solved problems. He used the example of frozen pipes because in the book he uses the example of lasagna, and it was just such an out of context moment where I was reading this book and it said lasagna is a solved problem, and I was thinking, what am I reading? But yeah, my tip is around access to content. So if you want these new AI tools, if you want Google even to be accessing your content and the controls that we have around that now. And I talked about, these news publishers at the beginning when Google was just growing in popularity. It wasn't the main search engine. Of course, times have completely changed. They almost missed a trick with creating a more structured and monetary relationship for having access to this content. And I think it was almost like a few days after I mentioned that, and we recorded, David, you and I recorded this first session. And I saw this interview in Reuters with Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, and he said, he's talking to these publishers now, and they're saying that Google is going to say they're writing these checks, they're pretty big, and it's for exclusivity. You're going to need to match this check. So I think it's going to be really interesting how this develops and how access to information shapes how all of these tools develop. So I think that's going to be really interesting to see in the new year. And of course, think about how this will impact you and your own sites. Do you want Google or of course, their new tool, Gemini, something like ChatGPT, do you want them to be accessing all sections of your site? So, for example, if you've got these classic solved problems that Jono mentioned, there's no harm in giving them access to it because it's just going to get the information elsewhere. And of course, you probably want them to know about your brand, who you are, everything that will help you with EAT. So your about pages, your home pages, things like that. But if as part of your website you have something that is unique to you, your own USP, maybe think about that and think about limiting access to that, because do you want these tools to be able to replicate it in the future? And so that was my tip, trying to keep it short so you're not stretched for time. But that was my tip. Let's see how it evolves in 2024.
Another E word to keep in mind, exclusivity.
Yes. We're going to have so many E's on EAT.
Pam likes writing down your lists, don't you? Garrett, what do you feel about Pam stealing 2 minutes of your time?
Oh my goodness.
It's no, Pam. You've been a wonderful host again. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, I will
Re-
be on my way. Thank you.
No,
for
really
having me.
appreciate you being a part of
Great
it.
job, Pam.
Great to have you back
you.
again, and I'm sure we'll chat again soon. Thanks, Pam.
Thank you very much.
Superb. And next host is obviously Garrett. Garrett's going to be hosting a couple of panels for us, starting off straight away. So, Garrett, shall I just pass straight over to you then, sir?
Yeah, let's dive right in. I mean, this has been the most ridiculous year in SEO, and we all know like next year is going to be probably even more ridiculous, and we have the completely unfair job of trying to cram all this brilliance surrounded by all these familiar faces around me. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Majestic, for hosting this. For those of you who haven't already bought the book on Amazon, SEO in 2024, my name is Garrett Sussman. I am the Demand Generation Manager at iPullRank, and we are going to share some of the awesome tips from all these now brilliant published authors as part of this book. I know a lot of you have already been published before, have amazing agencies and companies and organizations and in-house SEO. So we're going to go around. We're going to share our one tip that we picked in the book and why we shared that tip. Try to keep it short and sweet. And then if we have time, we'll go around again and kind of do that rebuttal. Because what I've been noticing the last, hour or so is it's so hard as SEOs to keep our mouth shut when we see something we either agree with or disagree with. So Amit, start with you. What do you got?
Yeah, so thanks for starting from with me. I wasn't really prepared, but yeah, my and I've even got the book open because I actually couldn't remember what I said. But my tip was about building human connections to build better links, which is kind of basic, but I feel especially with as we all know, everyone's been talking about AI, more automation, and especially if you're running an agency or trying to do things at scale, it's easy to lose sight of things like that. So I think it's important, especially with something like link building, to not lose the human element to it. Because at the end of the day, it's going to require communicating with humans, unfortunately, and the best person to do that is some, as humans, you can inject certain types of creativity into AI. I think there's always a limitation, and you kind of, when you rely on it too much, you lose that. And like, for instance, sometimes when you build a link, you will have to really think about what you're going to pitch with. It might not be something that the AI can come up with. I've seen AI come up with content ideas that are not relevant, or it isn't quite going to resonate with that industry. So yeah, that was like some of the things I was talking about in that.
That's a great tip. And it's so true. I mean, we've seen definitely a theme throughout the book is AI. And so every time we can surface that human in the loop, the humanity of SEO and everything that we're doing is so critical. And I think as SEOs, we've all been on the other side of link outreach, and it's so painful. So when you get it right, you become a unicorn.
Exactly.
Ulrika, you want to share your amazing tip from the book that you chose to include?
Yes. Thank you for having me. So my tip is also around AI, of course, and how search engines pick up AI. So my tip is do branding, but add a technical layer on that branding and start understanding how to do branding with a technical touch. And when I say that, I mean structured data and linking entities with each other. Also, like in the format and the semantics and the syntax of the text that you are using, and understand the entities that you have. But do use structured data. And I think that I gave this tip before. I then went to Zurich and listened to Google, and they only talked about structured data. The whole the search team conference that they gave. So yeah, I think it's going to be important, very important.
It's such a good tip. You can't forget that you still want to make it as easy as possible for Google to understand your content, your website,
Yeah, but
your
we're not
relationships, right?
we're not only talking about Google here. We're talking about the AI, and because they're still like hallucinating a lot, and they're not getting everything straight. So they need to have different points of reference. and that those points of reference is you give them with structured data and the entities and other people talking about you with your entities and your like same as structured data connected to each other, so that they have different points of reference, and then this gives them an easier way to build their understanding of who you are and your EEAT, and yeah, so they hallucinate less.
I love it. It's such a good tip and so important. Kavi, yo, welcome. What do you got for us?
Hi, Garrett. Good to see you. I talked about AI, unsurprisingly, but sort of the other side of the pendulum from the this swing that we've had towards AI over the past year or so, or I guess even longer than that. I think we know that anytime there's a big seismic shift in anything, I don't just mean online or in SEO, but in the world in general, we tend to see, the pendulums shift one way and then kind of the reaction to that and what happens culturally on the other side of that shift. And I think that we should expect, and especially based on the guidelines that Google's been giving us over the past year and, really since they started as a search engine, that as AI becomes more prominent in our search results and, we start to see a lot of crud sort of clogging up the search results and that sort of thing, we need to refocus our attention on EEAT or whatever that means to you, those types of signals, and really fight back against, use the content and the actual human expertise that we have to fight back against that sort of onslaught of crap that's coming from AI. There are a lot of sort of bad actors out there that are going to be using AI technology to, just generate lots and lots of words and video and images and everything, and just sort of flood search results with those. And the way to stand out in a world where that's happening all the time is to do what Google's been telling us to do all along, which is to create content from humans for humans that really solves a problem. So yeah, that was my tip.
No, it's so great. It's funny. It's like even pre-AI, it's so hard to grasp the scale of the internet and how much content's out there and how much Google doesn't even index. And then to your point, what's going to be coming out, the avalanche of crap over the next few years is just going to be overwhelming. So that's a fantastic tip. Bill, sir, what is up? Your turn.
Yes. So Ulrika kind of started to mention, and go into this area. I mean, what I've been focusing in, and I've kind of made the shift about, I'd say maybe a year or 2 years ago, is looking at SEO from, you used to be keyword based, okay, and now keyword SEO and I mean, even years before that, it was keyword density and all that kind of stuff. People focusing on keywords. I have in the past 2 years kind of made a shift with even all of my clients and even my own sites, okay, from a keyword focus with SEO to an entity SEO. And so I think that's the biggest shift that I've done. And luckily, what I'm seeing is sites that were kind of more keyword focused with this and not really doing entity SEO got hit by the helpful content update. Okay. And so what's interesting is I graduated back from college in 1992. Okay. With a technical writing degree. And I was writing computer software manuals and everything. And the whole concept of technical writing is literally that everything that you write is very structured. Think of a classic table of contents and so forth. And if you have a book, you'd have several sections and chapters and you have your introduction and your conclusions and everything. And so that was what, 30 years ago. I actually, luckily now am using so much of that on SEO and websites and structuring a website with the classic, Brett Tabke years ago, the pyramid site structure where you have a topic and then you have subtopics and subtopics, and so forth. And it's that and so when it comes down to it, looking back at a website and a site structure, and using types of schema that show basically our entity base. There's the topic type of schema where you're showing which type of topics that you're using and so forth. And so basically not only just structuring the information, based on like a classic table of contents and that pyramid structure, but that goes down to internal linking. You have sections or mini sites within the site that you are linking internally relevant information. Everything in that chapter of the table of contents. Here's this section, and we have 10 pages, and we're linking those particular 10 pages together. And so many sites are, they're with the AI. We're spewing out. We have this ability to give out all this information, but as an SEO, we have to kind of focus and look back at the site structure and internal linking structure and the technical stuff like that. That's going to be the difference between a site that's going to end up ranking well, or even a page at ranking well. I'm getting down to one more last kind of tip. I've been doing the table of contents, and using a table of contents type of plugin and so forth, and that actually does bookmarks and so forth on that particular page of content. Now it could be AI content that's 3,000 words, 3,500 words, but I have that little table of contents that as you jump down to those pages are very structured. So I think the SEOs that are going to be well in the future are going to be looking at entity SEO, having very structured sites, having very, proper internal linking and everything. I could go on for hours, but that's kind of my tip for today.
That's what I'm saying,
Right?
Bill. It's the hardest thing for us to tie it all together because it's all so connected. That's what we've also all been learning is everything's connected. Organization is key. Linguistics is key. Providing those connections for Google. Hopefully we'll get another round to kind of go around for another quick tip. But Taylor, my man, the floor is yours. What do you got for the book this year, sir?
Perfect. Well, I really loved what Bill had to say. I very much am kind of in line with what his strategy has been. And going along the topic of EEAT, really my biggest tip was, other than having your technical and a sound foundation on your site, it should be the primary focus. Earlier, I believe we're mentioning backlinks, and I've essentially taken this approach of I'm not interested in pursuing backlinks really at all. To the extent that as you mentioned, just the internet is getting flooded with content on every topic imaginable. So what it really comes down to is, firsthand experience and showing that we've actually gotten our hands dirty in whatever this topic may be. And by doing that, my thought process is essentially, if you obviously research the content that is ranking and my motto is leave no stone unturned. We want this to be as thorough of a page as possible. Is there any other pages that are addressing something we can use to add value to this existing page? And then the thought process from there being that essentially that page would ideally rank well, be a authoritative source of knowledge on that topic. And then as people are writing on that or related topics, they find ours and you get those organic, natural backlinks. So that's one tip I've just been giving is stop trying to get backlinks. If you open a new business, it might be helpful to, be listed on the Chamber of Commerce or some of those local signals. But when it comes to that should not be an ongoing effort of outreach for backlinks. As we all know, it's arguably the worst part of the gig, the SEO gig. So that's my big thing. Again, obviously just focus on the quality of your content. And then another realm that I've been super interested in just with how fast the AI has kind of developed. About a year ago, everyone was over the moon and freaking out about ChatGPT, and now all these competitors, which in many ways are superior, are coming out, and it's only going to continue. And so one area I'm super interested in is I'm sure some of you here have tried out like the Oculus or that VR type stuff, which is, to me, it was like a total dud. It was like comparing like a PS5 to a Wii or something. It felt very cartoonish. But then I've been researching quite a bit next year's release of the Apple Vision Pro. And I mean, if we were to go 20 years ago to 2003, people had smartphones. I think that was about the time, the Razr phone was really catching fire. Maybe even BlackBerry was entering the market. But browsing the internet then was like a click, 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 very HTML, boring, rudimentary thing. And then, look 20 years ago now, and we have these phones capable of just about anything in our pocket. And to me, the big pivot there was the iPhone coming out. And so I think that it's very similar, where what we've experienced with VR to date is very rudimentary, but the capabilities of this Apple Vision Pro are remarkable, especially in like academia settings, things like that. And I think that we are going to be talking in a year or so about what I coined as like VEO, virtual environment optimization. Eventually, and augmented reality being a big part of that as well. But when you start entering these virtual shopping, let's say, experiences, it's similar to a grocery store where those end caps have such prominence. It's like, how will my clients be visible in this new virtual environment, which technically doesn't necessarily exist in the way that I imagine it, but I very much 20 years ago, we did not envision optimizing for mobile phones or anything like that. And so I think that is going, I just think Apple's influence on that market or technology will be similar to the iPhone influence on smartphones, cell phones, and where we've gone from there. So as far as current SEO, I really harp on the EEAT, and almost assuming you don't have a bunch of broken links and everything's sound, that should really be the main focus. Everyone's trying to write, how do we show that we're not just writing, this is something we are actively involved in, practicing, offering, whatever it may be. And then as far as preparing for the future, really just keep an eye on the capabilities of, let's say that virtual, like for instance, I mentioned academia. I can't imagine how helpful it would be in med school to have a full, showing the entire biology and the nerves and everything of a human that you can rotate and look at and inspect, or practice surgeries or things like that. And then you're going to have, similar to now, where these book companies want to be the top academic publishers, software is going to start entering that realm for the virtual component of it. And I don't hear too many people talk about it, but I could go on for a long time. Like, I think that is a very interesting direction things could go. But those were the gist of what I talked about, was focus on EEAT, stop wasting time pursuing backlinks. If you do the right thing with your content, and really, quality over quantity, as we all know with the content, those natural backlinks, which tend to have more value anyway, should snowball effect and hopefully come. And then obviously prepare for the future and keep an eye on just the direction technology is going, and the influence that could have on our clients, different industries, and us as marketers.
Thanks, Taylor. That was great. And it's so funny. It so speaks to SEO, right? When you have Amit on one hand talking about the relationship building through backlinks, and then you have Taylor being like, well, don't do any backlink outreach. Like, everyone has a completely different perspective. And one thing, we need to remember is, A, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And B, every business is different. We get so much blanket SEO advice, but ultimately we are scientists. We are experimenters. We have to figure out what works for our unique circumstance. And that's why we've got the whole "it depends" meme, if you will. All of us SEOs know that, whether we're working with clients in-house firsthand. We've got a solid 8 minutes. I am privileged to only have 5 brilliant people, which means we have a little more time to share our knowledge. So let's go around one more time. If you all want to either share another tip from the book, if you had a chance to read it, not everyone has gotten it, or something else that you want to expand upon that you think is important to talk about for 2024. So let's go right to the beginning again. Amit, why don't you lead us off and share another kind of insight that you like? And you're muted. We got you.
Sorry. Probably the tip that you had, Garrett, because I know obviously we're bashing on AI a little bit, and I agree in terms of you have to set the right foundation. You need the content, you need technical SEO, internal linking, all very important. I think you still need, not to disagree with Taylor, but you need backlinks to level the playing field sometimes. I think in some cases you can do without it, but then you also have to think about natural link building. Let's define natural link building. If I go out and ask somebody for it, or I get on the phone and talk to them, is that not natural anymore? But anyway, like I said, it works for some cases. You know, you might have to do link building. For other industries, they probably don't need to bother. I would agree with that. But I think Garrett, you mentioned something about AI prompts. I think that's important. AI still has its use, but you have to really know how to prompt it. So what we're looking at is using AI for the prospecting process in terms of categorizing sites properly so that we know how to reach out to them and we have very tight prospecting lists. But at the same time, it can be used for content as well. I think, again, by a content writer that knows what they're doing, being the caveat. Yeah.
I love that. Great tips. And to the point about prompting, if there's anything that, you know, kind of flows through this as well as linguistics and communication, as SEOs and as people, we all need to be better communicating to be able to interact with this. Ulrika, what do you got for round 2?
So I jumping on the link discussion first. I'm actually with Taylor here. I think you should focus more on, yes, you need links sometimes, and especially for discovery. And I think that's where you should put the heavy lift. But don't forget that links can also be added through other things like structured data. And so I put that there. I wouldn't put as much money anymore, because it will. I think that scenery will change in the future. I don't know how near. We're seeing it changing already, but I'm not going to go into that too deep because yeah. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about is also like, as Bill pointed out, that structured data is not only schema.org, it's also how you structure your data. and really look at that. And I think that is important. Have a clear structure and use easy ways to structure your data. Then it's going to be easier for the machines to understand your content. And that is what you want to accomplish in the end. But also like to have people understand what you're writing. And I also worked as a technical writer. So that's one thing that you learn, how to structure it in a very, because you describe complex things, so you have to describe it in a way that many people can understand it, and which is not easy.
Easier said than done.
Yes, very much so. I think that use more internal links when it comes to relevant content on your page. Link things together on your website and use it in a lot, and link more than you think that you should. That's my 1 minute.
I like
tip.
it. Yeah, I know. It's so hard. That's so hard.
How much can I get out in this short amount of time?
That's why these types of things are so dangerous, because it's like you should always set it for like an extra hour of just pure, because once we get going, I mean, whether you're in forums but Majestic has done such a great job putting a great group of people together. Kavi, what do you got? Round 2.
Sure. So I'm going to quote Ian Helms from the customer journey section of the book. He was talking about paying attention to the people that matter, finding your audience, and deciding, really determining how to write for that person who is your audience. He uses the example of selling nails, like that you hang things with. And he says, if you're selling nails, you're not selling small pieces of metal. You're selling the fact that the nail can be used to hang a picture and make a home a more personal, happy place to be in. I know Heather Physiak also recently talked about jobs to be done and sort of writing in that framework, the pain point framework, some people call it. So I know we do a lot of this at Uproar, and I really appreciated the way Ian put this. You're not selling a product, you're selling the experience that comes with the product, and keeping that in mind, just sort of keeping in mind the way that people are actually going to use whatever it is that you're selling or proposing on your website writing for that instead of saying this nail is great because it's sharp or whatever, you know, like taking people's actual experience into account. I think that sort of goes along with, you know, on the other end of that, the tip that I gave about making sure that you're writing from a human perspective. You want to make sure that you're writing to the human perspective and to the human experience as well.
It's a great tip. And I mean, it really speaks to the essence of quality copywriting. Bill, what do you got with us for round two?
Okay, so for round two, you know, we talked about organizing your content well and being, you know, and structured and so forth. And so what I would say is, you know, keep in mind that we have these great resources, AI. And so we can actually, if you're not a technical writer, if you're not very organized, I mean, some of us just don't have that, you know, that ability. So use AI to ask questions of the AI and say, okay, let's do a high level first. I'm creating a site about this particular topic, and what are the subtopics and subtopics that I need to include when I'm creating a website about this topic. And it could be, you know, a local, you know, local service provider. You know, I'm writing a website, I'm creating a website about home inspection in Los Angeles. And what are the types of pages that someone would expect to have on that website? Okay, you're going to get from the AI, from ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, from Bard, you're going to get a list of topics. And then take that list of topics. I'm creating a website about this particular topic, you know, or this particular page. What are the topics that I need to include on this particular page I'm creating for this website? And so drill down and literally use AI, not just to throw out content, but start, you know, as I mentioned, you know, in the technical writing part and the table of contents part of the site, the whole site structure. Use AI to ask AI about what are the topics and subtopics I need to include. And then use that to create the whole site structure for your site. And then dig down, okay, here's a page. Then go down and say, okay, I'm creating a page about this. What are the topics I need to include? And subtopics and headings and so forth. And so you can actually use that if you're not a technical writer, if you're not, you know, completely, you know, organized and so forth. It just makes it easier to use. Not just don't just go to ChatGPT and say, oh, okay, write me an article and web page about Los Angeles home inspection, because
exactly.
Frankly, I mean, you have to kind of use. I mean, yeah, you can spit out all these pages and so forth. But what are the chances of somebody else, you know, your competitor, going to ChatGPT and saying, "Write me a page about Los Angeles home inspection"? And
exactly. Thank you so much. It's exactly the
okay.
issue. It's like with the ideation and content creation are great use cases, but it's not a copy and paste situation. Thank you so much, Bill. I do want to give Taylor. Can you quickly, Taylor, give us a solid like 30-second, 1 minute cool tip for us? You're on mute. Natural webinar things.
The one thing I would say is very much focus on user experience and just changes Google's making. Like one that's going on right now is they updated their video guidelines last week. And so going through the Search Console, I'm seeing numerous videos dropping out of the index because they're not properly positioned and meeting these new video guidelines. And I know for a lot of clients and just businesses in general, those videos are often leveraged to provide information and help with the rankings and everything like that. So focus on user experience. You know, it doesn't necessarily override relevance or the EEAT, but it should still be a factor. And then just stay on top of what Google's doing, because, you know, a lot of people don't really realize their videos are no longer indexed at the moment.
Love it. Thank you so much, Taylor. Beautiful, short, and sweet, and so topical, like so relevant right now. Thank you for joining us. We got a whole nother crew of a lot of amazing, brilliant, familiar faces joining us today. I'm so excited to talk to y'all because I'm like, oh, Nikki and Greg and Sarah and Maria, and Joseph and Ian. And Ian, you were actually just mentioned in the last session because we were sharing a part of the book that we like from somebody else. In essence, for all of those who are joining us, this is SEO in 2024 by Majestic and the wonderful David Bain. So many, all these published authors. I mean, I know all of you have been published before, and yet at the same time, here we are in this book. You can buy on Amazon, so find the link there. What we're doing in this, I believe this is the last 30-minute panel. Y'all are like bringing it home, like the big fireworks finale. We're going to go through and share. Right? Yeah, no pressure at all, Greg. Greg, you can actually go very last, sir. You'll be like I'm kidding. We're going to go through, try to keep it relatively short. If we have time, we'll go around for a second round, but I would love for everyone to share the tip that you included in the book and why did you pick that tip. So I'm going to look at who's on my screen, and Nikki, if it's cool, I would love for you to start and share your tip.
Yeah, happy to start. Yeah, so my dog keeps trying to pop in, by the way. So you've got like an extra special guest on the launch today. This is Spud. He loves crawling as well. He loves auditing. So, and that's exactly what my number one tip is about. So my tip was about creating an actionable audit and making sure that, okay, if you're going to use automated tools to help you doing an audit, that's fine. But you're always going to need that human element in it. And my tip in the book was really about tailoring your audit for your audience and for the client, instead of just seeing it as a checklist and just working through it and then going, there you go, work on that. Actually thinking about their business needs, what's feasible, and making sure you're including that in your audit as well.
That's a great tip. And you see so many discussions around like different types of audits out there. And so having that be actionable tied into the business it's just like the fundamental, right?
Yeah.
Ian, what do you got for us, sir?
Sure. So my topic was my tip rather was to stop chasing Google rankings and to focus on people that matter. Certainly focus on keywords for direction, and honestly, too, I know this will be a topic that we'll probably talk about more. Totally feel free to streamline your drafts, at least with AI. But it's also kind of funny. I have sort of a love-hate relationship with EEAT, which I know is obviously also a hot topic here, but because it's not like a scored, quantifiable metric, that's one of the things that I don't like about it the most, because people talk about it like it's something that you can just achieve. But at the core of it all is the humans. Who are you writing for? What value are you providing them? Why should they listen to you and care? And that's what you need to think about when you're creating the content that you're creating and targeting the keywords that you're targeting and referencing. And that's where my sort of love-hate relationship with all of that comes into play.
I love that. It's so true with like SEO. We were talking in the last session just about how for every perspective you have an equal and opposite perspective of SEO. It's like a fundamental. Everyone has a different like opinion on these sorts of things. But EAT, it's simple but not easy. To one of those types of things. Anyway, Sarah, share with us your magic.
Wow. Well, I don't know if it's magic or not, but I think that especially when working with multilingual domains, it is very important that you research and that you're aware of any market relevant events in order to stay ahead. This means that there could be events happening in a country that could even temporarily change the search intent of queries that would normally drive traffic and revenue to your business. And I include an example, a very interesting example that I found when working for the travel industry, where most of the queries that we would normally get would be like, two cities, for example, in this case, Seville and Rome. So this would be normally people who want to travel from one city to the other. And then suddenly we observed this sudden spike that lasted like one day. and it had nothing to do with traveling, but with a football match, in this case between Seville and Rome, Sevilla, Roma. This happened with a Spanish domain, so that's why the names were in Spanish. That's why it could look like the query that would normally be like a travel destination, but no, it was about a football match, no, and it was not followed by clicks. So of course, if you're not aware of, like, okay, there's the Europa League final happening between these teams, you could be thinking, okay, why is everybody searching this and they are not clicking, no? So just for us to be aware of two things here. Events happening in a country could alter the SERPs and your impressions, all the metrics, and also search intent is something that can change sometimes in a matter of hours, and it's something that, for one country it can affect one country and perhaps another country may not be affected. So just make sure that you keep track of all these events that could make these anomalies.
It's such a great tip, and it really speaks to the direction of personalization that Google goes to as well, specifically with location. But in general, like as we're seeing unique SERPs, if you ever had a client and you're like, oh, why does it look different from here to there? Obviously, there's a lot of nuance to it. Thank you. Great tip. Maria, great to see you. What do you got for us?
Hi, can you hear me? First of all, I haven't got a microphone. It was failing. Perfect. My tip is based on influencer marketing. Well, influencer, working with influencers. Greg, I can't see you. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, working with influencers is more important now than ever. In an age precisely of where everything is AI and with a cookieless future, personalization and experiences via smooth experiences on a website plus borrowed experiences via influencers is the best way to gain loyal consumers, to get not only just to bring traffic for the sake of it, but just retain it, influence it, and as a way as well to create content. So it's so many ways that we can work with influencers to influence not only revenue, but search. And I have a few numerous experiments and case studies on the effectiveness of working with influencers. So that's my tip.
That's great, Maria. And it really speaks to like the holistic nature of SEO. We see more and more how SEO ties into all of these other channels, and it's part of your entire marketing strategy. And we know Greg is, I'm going to take off my glasses. Maybe you're blurry. No, Greg, you're still blurry. I know he's working on it, trying to get unblurred autofocus. Joseph, sir, good to see you. What do you got for us?
Just wanted to make a comment about Ian. I'm with you on the eat thing because I heard a guy training eat the other day and I'm like, that's not eat. Like, like how in the world are you training this? And that is not what this is. So it's easy to get confused. With that said, getting confused, my tip is kind of using AI not to mass create. A lot of SEOs in the past, there is just, I just want to dominate with content. I just want to dominate with links. I just want to robots spam everything. And that's not what AI came to my world to do. Meaning I got a better hammer. I didn't just all of a sudden go build 1,000 houses because I got a better hammer. It was used to actually dial in. And my tip is using AI to dial in the features of your client and customer that you did not know. I was telling my partner this morning, we have a new niche that we're dealing with, plumbing, like the plumbing niche. And I don't know any local plumbers other than a client I'm reaching out to that I can ask questions about the niche, but I can certainly ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can give me everything that a plumber is thinking right now. Okay, so I don't even need to interview a plumber. I don't need to interview a chiropractor. I can interview ChatGPT, and it will tell me all the things that they're worried about, they care about, their family life, etc. So what we use ChatGPT for and AI for our SEO is refreshing content, making it better, dialing in the intentions. Use ChatGPT to ask, not, can you create a 4,500 word article? I heard this on the last, call. No, ask it, can you take this article I've created and see if I've gotten the intentions correct for my target market, plumbing? And it'll go, no, you missed this. No, they care about this. No, they do that. And then you can toss that over to your writer and say, fix this, like add this detail, add this content, refresh. So refreshing content, especially using the EAT formula and kind of understanding about what it actually means, you can use AI to dial in your content a little bit better, dial in your strategy a little bit better. Even ask ChatGPT does know what EAT is. You can ask ChatGPT, give me an EAT strategy, and it will give you one correctly. Like it knows correct, okay? People teaching weird stuff. So use ChatGPT to hone in and dial your content, refresh your content, dial in the intentions. It will help you figure out, because I can't figure it out. I don't know their mind, but it kind of does. So it's like my R2D2, I'm Luke Skywalker over here trying to figure stuff out. My R2D2 is, hey, can you give me the data on, can you tell me about, can you dial in a little bit better? Can you, these people are worried about safety when it comes to contractors. Can you help me figure that out? And guess what it can do? Help you figure all that out. Like that's what we use. So that's my tip, is using ChatGPT to hone in and dial in better the intentions of your target market. And that is making our rankings go way up. We have tens of thousands of keywords that are skyrocketing, and mostly 80% of that content is also written by AI, which again, go figure. That's not for the topic of this particular tip, but that's because we dialed it in, meaning Google cares about, are you meeting the intentions and the needs of what the prospect is looking for or searching for? So that's kind of my tip.
That's a great one, Joseph. And it really speaks to this, like different use cases of AI and what's appropriate use cases versus inappropriate use cases. Right. And whether you're into it or not, the very least you can do at this point is educate yourself on how this technology works, because we're at the beginning at a lot of this. It's going to change a lot over the next year. Mr. Greg, what do you got, sir?
Well, I finally fixed the camera. So whoever the funny person is that asked if I was better blurry asked the wrong question. It's probably more that am I better muted? But yeah, so my tip in the book was about optimizing for the right algorithm, because more and more queries have local intent, especially after COVID shifted consumer behavior. And a ton of SEOs and digital marketers don't understand that the local algorithm works differently than the traditional algorithm. So my whole tip was revolving around, if your queries do have local intent, and this doesn't necessarily mean you're a local business. E-commerce queries sometimes have local intent now, which means people that traditionally never had to do local SEO now have to learn how to use it for certain queries. So that was my tip, was just basically figuring out what the intent of your potential customers are. And if Google assumes that query has local intent, you've got to optimize differently. You've got to write a different kind of content. You got a different kind of links. You got to include those extra signals that the local algorithm looks at that traditional SEOs don't have to worry about.
It's such a good one, and it also speaks to like the idea of how search intent is always changing. It's not a set and let. You have to always be paying attention if your SERPs are fluctuating, especially for local and seasonality. I mean, for all buying gifts right now, Google does want to push like buy local, so we're going to show more like local solutions. Great tip. Let's go around. We've got about 15 minutes. So I would love to give everyone the opportunity to either speak to something else that you heard already, or if there was another tip from the book that you want to kind of shout out that resonated with you, or just anything from 2024 that, I mean, it's been a few months since we all submitted our tips and a lot changed. I mean, this has been the most nuts year in SEO like ever. Next year is going to be even crazier. So Nikki, what else would you like to share with us today?
Yeah, sure. I'll talk about another point that I read in the book that I thought was really interesting, and it actually ties into what Greg, Joseph, and Ian have just been saying in some ways. And it was Miracle's tip, and it was talking about building your brand online, and it ties into like entity SEO. And I just really liked that as a tip as well, because not only does it tie into what we've just been talking about, but it's something that so many people can benefit from, so many businesses can benefit from, but it's not something that often gets talked about or thought about in any way. So I thought it was a really good point that she included, and I really like the way that she expanded on it in the book as well.
Reminder, you can get that book on Amazon. Everybody, thank you so much for Majestic and David Bain for putting all of this together. And to that point, that brand authority and affinity has become a really big theme from the DOJ, articles that are coming out, the publishing about how, Google does maybe use behavior user signals. And if you know a brand and you're more likely to click on them, then that's going to possibly benefit your visibility. Ian, what's your next tip?
Mine is going to kind of piggyback on some of the things that I was saying earlier. I really liked Miriam Jessier's comment about focusing on the middle and bottom of the funnel, and also like to tie this together and actually make a sentence that makes sense. So where I work now is a LGBTQ plus focused set of media sites. I think authorship, for example, is one really not overhyped SEO tip, honestly. I don't know that author bio pages and being an expert, having a name necessarily is going to guarantee you anything. There's so many pieces of content that I read where I'm like, I have no idea who this person, insert their name here, is or why I should trust them. But it's just an inherent thing that you pick up as you're reading a piece of content, whether or not it makes sense to you, whether or not it resonates to you, whether or not you're going to stay and actually finish the page that you're on or click away. And those are kind of the EEAT signals, I guess, and the pieces behind authorship that actually make me think about the value that content provides and how it actually contributes to EEAT. A lot of our writers, unfortunately, get really bad backlash from people because they're talking about pro-trans rights, pro-LGBTQ rights, etc. And we do have some folks that write with pen names, for example, and they're still ranking in Google. They're still getting visibility, and it's not that they're not an expert and they don't have a LinkedIn page because their pen name doesn't, they don't have a whole Wikipedia page and whatever about themselves as an expert on LGBTQ plus topics. And even the keywords that we're writing about, they're not really keywords that exist per se all the time. And we still rank for and get a lot of organic search traffic from topics like that too. So, you can be Joe Schmo on the street and still write content that has all of the things that make EEAT without being a famous person or the top tier influencer in your niche that you might be talking about.
I think it's a great point, and it's one of those that really depends on the niche, where some that's the case, others you need some sort of authority. But I think that regardless, knowing your brand and seeing what works, I said this in the last panel, but we're all scientists, we're all experimenters, and what works for one brand doesn't necessarily work for another. So figuring out what works for you is the key to this game, right? Sarah, what do you got for us? Round two, if you will.
So I actually got the book today. So I didn't have much time to check all the tips, but overall I loved it. It's such a thorough research. But yeah, actually Maria's tip got my attention because, in a world like now it's AI dominated, and both when it comes to content, but also images, Mid-Journey, etc. Working with influencers, with real people, this is going to be key because it's also going to give us an opportunity to show authenticity, to show that there's a human behind. And also this somehow also touches the opportunity to work cross teams, because normally social media would be working with influencers, and I believe in the importance of cross team collaborations, in this case with social influencer marketing teams, etc. But also I often stress the importance of talking to UX designers, working with UX teams. So yes, more cross team collaborations, and also working with humans and showing that there are humans behind every action that we take.
I love it. It's like there's the two themes. It's like the AI side of all this, and then the humanity side of all this. Yep. And you don't have to be on one side or the other, but everyone has a strong opinion of what makes quality content, quality SEO. Maria, what do you got for round two?
First of all, apologies for my annoying ring, but as we speak and as we started streaming, we just published one of our biggest collaborations yet with an influencer, and that is with Kylie Jenner. So that, wow. So anyway, literally I'm shaking for that one. So, okay. Because I just mentioned working with influencers is important, it's imperative. I stress this, one of the biggest misconceptions that can cause hundreds of thousands, especially for luxury fashion brands, which I specialize in. And that is saying that TikTok is going to replace Google or Instagram is turning into a search engine or whatever. No, absolutely no. Everyone has its own place, and every social network should be applied if it works for you, for your niche, for your target audience, for your people, for the devices that they come from, etc. You're not going to use TikTok for someone perhaps who is over 65-year-old and doesn't know how to use the device, etc., etc. What I'm trying to say is work with, the key word here is work with the relevant social network if you need to, okay? Not replacing one social network, replacing Google with a social network. If you do that, you're set for losing hundreds of thousands in revenue. Work with both. TikTok, Google, or Instagram, Google, do not replace one with the other. So that's my biggest tip. Since I work with influencers, or if my tip is about working with influencers, it's imperative to differentiate and learn to work with different social networks. Now, I'm not super quick. Is TikTok going to become a search engine? No, because TikTok doesn't have yet the capabilities that it has TikTok in China. Those capabilities cannot be deployed yet to the West, to Europe and the US. It wouldn't work. So for TikTok to become a search engine in the West or as a whole, we're years away. It's an ecosystem, not a search engine. So that's my tip for 2024, to pay attention on ecosystems and work with the relevant social networks.
Thank you, Maria. And I agree with you so much. The idea of these fragmented search engines and the different roles they play for your audience is so fascinating going forward. That's been a theme in SEO. And I feel like we're in like a WWF, WWE special where like a cameo out of nowhere coming from the back hallways is none other than Crystal Carter. So I'm going to have you hold for one moment, Joseph. Crystal, able to get the technical working? If you want to unmute yourself.
Yes,
Thank
I
you
can.
for joining us.
Hello. Hi, I've been following along. I'm sorry for the late jump in, but yeah, I'm pleased to be here with so many familiar and fantastic faces. So hey there, guys, dropping some fantastic knowledge bombs in the live stream here.
Crystal's in the chat. She's like, I don't want to be disruptive. Like, no, Crystal, we want you. Come on. So for your contribution to SEO in 2024, can you share what your tip was and why you chose to include it?
My tip was use video, and use video a lot because I've done research on it, and basically, like, Greg was at my MozCon talk. Like, basically, Google's all over video. They've upped the amount of video that's on the SERP. I think we all felt it, but Dr. Pete was kind enough to share some data with me, and we saw that it was like 45% year on year between 2022 and 2023 in terms of video SERPs. And hello, doggy. So absolutely, like, if you're not using video, do use video. The amount of AI tools that make it so much easier to create video these days, it's it used to be really difficult to get buy-in for the amount of equipment you need and the production and all that sort of stuff. There's some great tools for that, and it also helps with when you're working with influencers and things like that, the kinds of things Maria was talking about to get, extra value out of some of that stuff.
That's a great tip, and so relevant, especially with Gemini releasing, which is multimodal, for moms. So incorporating text and video, audio, it's all going to continue to work more and more together. And so that is a great one. So we're going around round two. Joseph, what do you got for us, sir?
Like, I want to pick from everybody that's in here because it's just so much good stuff. I mean, back to Ian and the E thing, we've also had the authoritativeness, from actually just prolific creation of content, meaning that's also meeting other EAT signals. So it doesn't necessarily have to have the LinkedIn connection, the whatever, but if it's an author that's writing content and also a video, you come right in. But I was going to say, you know, the proliferation of content is also if there's a video content or a social media post, or meaning it doesn't have to be a LinkedIn account. It can be its own, you know, to get that authority. It doesn't have to, it comes from all these other different directions, from video, from, you know, it's just the proliferation of content and being an authority or using those other signals that make you look like that authority, which again, you know, wanted to, Greg's thing, you know, to tie in as well is the difference between local content and Maria, you know, the local person using TikTok versus using LinkedIn, where they shouldn't be using it there. They should be using Yelp or using something else. You know, you have to be able to dial that in, and your local content, you see people coming from global to local, and they're not even putting local image data on their images. And you're like, you don't know local. Like, you can't go from global SEO to local and not apply the local signals on your local pages. Like, there's all this stuff that if you want to be a complete SEO professional, read this whole book, like the whole book, like every chapter, because there's these little pieces and all these little nuances of all the, you know, we don't have to worry about AI taking our job, because there's so many different things that apply to the SEO profession. So anyways, there's so much to reach from, you know, from everybody that's speaking here and your previous calls that I was listening to. There's just a lot here in this book. So, and a lot of great tips. This is incredible.
I keep saying this is the most impossible situation, getting like, you know, anything more than 2 or 3 SEOs in a room. There's just so much that we all could talk about. Just go for hours. It's so much fun. Greg, are you ready to bring us home, sir? Like, bring it home strong.
Well, am I the only one that thought it was funny that Crystal's tip was about video, but she had to join late because she couldn't get her video to work? I mean, no, I mean, there's a lot of awesome stuff in the book. I just literally got it yesterday, so like I didn't have a chance to read through it, but I kind of skimmed through because I knew I was going to get asked this question. And I think a lot of there's a lot of stuff about AI, but everybody's like, look, be careful. It's all about matching user intent, writing for people, not for search engines. But Claire Carlisle's tip really stuck out to me, because she talked at the last bit. It was like, hey, what's your time-saving tip? And her time-saving tip was the best thing in the book, and that this whole book is filled with all these different strategies and tactics. But she literally, I'm going to read it if that's okay, because she said it way better than I can. She literally said, we get very lost in tactics and tactical implementation, and we forget the strategic element. You should at least have some sort of strategy behind the things that you're throwing against the wall to see if they stick. And I think that's where a lot of the people get lost when they get into SEO, because there are, like you said, you get a couple SEOs in the room, we could talk for hours, and everybody's always looking for that next shiny object, that next big thing. AI came out, everybody's like, let's use ChatGPT to do everything. But then they started figuring out it can't do everything. And I think a lot of people, they want to know the how. They don't care about the why. And the why is important if you want longevity in digital marketing. You have to understand why the things that you're doing work. And like we said, every vertical is different. Every industry is different. You can't just say, let me take these tactics out of this book and use it and it's going to work. You have to test it for yourself and understand why these things work if you want to have a long career. So I thought that was a really great tip.
I was going to let you join in, Mr. David. Thank you for having all of us. This has been such a fun panel. Like, I want to pick y'all brains at one point or another. If we're not all connected, we have to find, if you're watching this, connect with all these people online, because they're just wealths of knowledge. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's the type of panel that can keep on discussing wonderful topics and just have wonderful, engaging conversations that are useful for all the participants, as well as being useful for the audience as well. And we've had about 60 SEOs that took part in the book. been part of this live stream as well, which is absolutely incredible. So it's great to have so many people willing to contribute and participate. And I just thank everyone so much, and especially all the panelists here, and of course yourself, Garrett. You know, it's wonderful to have co-host, because I've hosted live streams like this for 4 hours, 8 hours in the past, and it's shattering. And sometimes when things go wrong, or there's a challenge, or you don't know what's going to happen next, you can't actually deal with that at the same time as doing the hosting. So you kind of need support as well. And you can tell that someone like Garrett is a pro podcaster, because that was a lovely, smooth, and delightful hosting experience. So yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
Quiet applause as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will quickly say to the listener and the viewer, if you want to get your hands on a physical copy of the book, it's now, of course, available on Amazon. All the co-hosts have done a wonderful job of selling. We should do a sales stats to actually see which host sold the most. It's like some kind of shopping channel on TV, isn't it, as well?
Buy now. I want to win.
Now for the anti-sales approach. You don't actually have to pay a penny if you don't want to. The podcast, the video series, and all the book content will be published on the Majestic website over the coming few months. It'll be 5 days a week over the coming few months. You can check that out at SEOin2024.com. Of course, if you want that doorstop, then you can get one on Amazon. Just search SEO in 2024 for that. Thanks again so much for today's co-hosts, Austin, Paige, Pam, Garrett. Of course, for the 50-odd contributors as well that were part of this as well, and you watching as well. It's great to have so much interaction. We've got lots of great comments. We've got people watching live on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on YouTube as well. We weren't broadcasting live on Facebook today, but we got a great deal of interaction. LinkedIn, unfortunately, has a maximum live streaming time of 4 hours, so we've just clipped over that. So I don't know why I'm even mentioning that. I've been your host, David Bain. Here's to SEO in 2024 and beyond. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Have a wonderful new year, and thank you again for joining us. Bye-bye for now.